Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Straight Outta Stanton, uh, our podcast where we talk about a bunch of stuff that happened within last week around the worst and a bunch of other stuff that we don't know much about. We like predicting or imagining things just like every other citizen. Um, as you can see, a little bit of visuals have changed if you're watching to this. If you're not watching to this on YouTube but just listening, you can throw a look-see. We have a nice background, and that's slowly but surely panning out the way we imagined it at the beginning, thanks to MasoKast's brother, who is working on our visuals. And with that said, so my name is JustCheg. You can find me on Twitch TV/JustCheg, and my co-host, Mr. MasoKast, Twitch TV/MasoKast, where we actually stream this every Sunday. And I'm gonna throw it over to you, Maso. You can explain how that's gonna happen from now on.
Yeah, so right now, we are basically aiming to start the actual recording of the show at 11 a.m. PST on Sundays. And from that point on, we kind of just are going to focus on the show. We're not really going to be interacting with chat and stuff like that. But
Same old.
um, yeah, same old as usual until the Q&A section later on. And again, if you're in chat, you can use the channel points to pose a question to us for that Q&A section. Just costs 1 point, so everybody should be able to do it. But next week, we're going to try basically starting up a pre-show about an hour before. So we're going to aim for like 10 a.m. PST. And
So,
basically, like,
sorry,
we're
that's
just going to
that's
hang
7
out and
7 p.m. Central European for
okay,
those for my guys.
European peoples. Yep.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, we're just I mean, because what ends up happening all the time when we start up the voice call to like hash out what we're going to talk about in the show today, we just I mean we end up kind of tangenting all over the place and end up having kind of some actually pretty fun conversations that just didn't make it into the recording. So we just figured at that point we may as well just stream it, and then if you're in chat and want to hang out and like and talk to us about what we're rambling on about at that point, then
It's an
that's
open conversation. Yeah.
yeah, more of an open conversation and stuff like that before we do the actual recording. So yeah,
'Cause-
so next week we're gonna try going live at 10 a.m. PST, and then we'll start the actual recording of the show at 11
or so
for
when
that.
we're ready,
Yeah,
right?
or so. Yeah, I
Eh,
mean today we're an hour late, but
of course, yeah. But
but
also, what I want to say, like, it might happen that some this also changes the shape of the show at times, because we do have a script before we go, and then we go through, like, people who were today in the stream saw it already, where we go through every part of it. But like, if we have a conversation with someone in the chat, that might actually, you know what I mean, like, it might add something to the news, or something like
mm,
that. It might add a topic or something like that. So
yeah.
I like that. We've been talking about this for a while, and finally finally agreed to push the button before we start recording, so that's really cool. Maso, how are you doing, man?
Good,
Okay.
good. I got to go on captain's table yesterday with Paul and the crew, which was always fun. It's
It was you, Paul,
good
and Vertigo,
discussion.
right?
Yeah, me, Paul, and Vertigo.
The old school crew.
Um, yeah, well, he's more old school than me,
Oh
that's for
yeah,
sure. But yeah,
it's not your first time there. And you guys
no,
you guys actually had it longer than, like,
yeah,
lately Paul has it for about 40 minutes, 40 to 50.
yeah.
You guys went for,
Like
again, for like an hour and 10 or something.
I think the
So
total was like almost 3.5 hours. I think
for sure,
after the
but
Q and
before
A.
he chopped, he
Yeah,
was he was
but it
longer
wasn't
than
my
usual.
fault. It
No, no,
wasn't
no,
my
no.
fault this
It was
time
good. It
for
was good. It was
once.
good.
Usually it's me who's like constantly tangenting and stuff like that, but in this case, it wasn't even me. I was well behaved,
Yeah, it was
more or
enjoyable
less.
to watch for sure. And from my end, if Paul or Vertigo or anyone else from there is watching, listening, thank you for mentioning and sending some folks over here, because I wasn't on the
Mm,
show, but we definitely had a huge influx. Like, we got like 20%, 20+% of increase in followage, which is really cool
yeah.
for a new show like us. So I will correct Paul though. He said we have like 12, 15 subscribers.
Wait,
We had more. You probably did not hear it. When he was super nice. He said they're new. You guys need to follow. You guys should go and follow them and help out. Their channel is small. They have only 15 or 20 subscribers.
oh, I think you said 50. I was pretty sure you said 50.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misheard. I was playing it. I heard that. I was like, hey. It was
no, but yeah,
cool,
everybody who's come over here from
thank you.
Astro Pub channel, appreciate it. Hopefully, hopefully you enjoy these sorts of like really long form podcast type shows, because that's kind of our jam.
True. Alrighty. So let's go with the news. Again, like we had a lot last week, but not a lot. Like we had a lot of stuff that actually there were some important things, but like maybe not so much for the experienced players, like people who are in the verse all the time, but rather for some new young blood and whatnot. So we had, first of all, we had the end of phase 3 of Xenothreat, which we're going to touch on later. Very, very interesting and controversial topic. And like right after that, we had Free Flight starting, which will go for 2 weeks. And so if you are listening to this podcast and you never tried Star Citizen and your rig is capable of running it, you should definitely go to robberspaceyindustries.com and enlist. Please use someone's referral code. It will not help you much, but if you buy the game one day, you will help someone. So if you have your favorite content creator or streamer, or if you're in Discord, like just use someone's. Like don't let it go to waste. There's 6 ships, I think. An Arrow, Freelancer, Mustang Alpha, Aurora. Crap.
I actually don't know. I actually haven't even looked at like which ships are available.
It's pretty much standard. Like you have a like semi-hauler, you have 2 starter ships, you have an Arrow, which is a really, really good combat and like low flying whatnot ship. Yeah, but there's a couple of ships that you can fly for free, and yeah. Again, we'll talk about this later. With Free Flight came a bunch of other stuff that I personally had a lot of issues with.
Yeah, and you're not alone either.
Yeah,
I've heard more than a few people. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so then we had a sneak peek. Have you seen a sneak peek? We didn't talk about that. No?
Is that the one with the weird like the lower half of the guy in armor and then like a weird looking mechanical leg thing? Yeah, I saw that. I don't know what to make of it. And I think it's honestly, as far as sneak peeks go, kind of feels like one of the lamer ones we've had. But
so what do you think it is? What do you think it is? Because we had this conversation, and Rev, who brought it up, he said he thinks it's what's the name? The Iron Man thing.
Titan suit.
Yeah. And for me, I think this is maybe self-deployable or something like that, like little turret, like for gun holder, whatever, for sides one gun. Because we heard that we'll be able to demount, right? There was like recently demount the gun from the ship and use it, right? So maybe this is what you need to mount the ship on, and you have like a remote turret basically, or something like that.
That's why like I don't really have my own opinion on it really, because like the sneak peek wasn't really, I don't know, like if it is the mounted weapons where they positioned the guy behind it looks weird to me.
You know why I think it is? Because you can see the bullet shells like falling off.
Yeah, for sure. And if it's the Titan suit, it just kind of surprises me, because I didn't expect it to be, like with a leg structure like that.
Yeah.
So
I hope it's not a Titan suit.
Yeah, me too.
It's too skinny. It needs to be beefy, like
it would be pretty cool if that were the gun mount kind of a thing, where it's like something that you place on the ground and it just kind of like telescopes up, and then you put the gun on top of it. That'd be kind of neat.
And then you put that on top of the tonk. Okay.
I don't even...
Okay, so we had ISC
I mean, you
instead.
could do that, but why though? Doesn't it? The Tonk already has
No, but
anti-personnel weapons on
does it?
top of it.
Does it?
I
I
think
never.
so.
I care about these as much as you do, so I don't really
Yeah,
know.
not a lot. Yeah,
Like, I'm curious to see the interior, and that's it. Like, I'm not gonna use it.
sure.
And I'm not like I do like ground vehicles, but rovers are my thing rather than I don't care about tanks, but yeah, or
Well, the
tonks.
tank will be cool if it ever gets to a position where it's useful for something other than just like being a troll at a landing zone.
Oh yeah, troll in the landing zone. I never thought about that. Well, no, but you can't because can you fire weapons? I don't know. Whatever. The only thing that I'm looking forward with a tonk is destruction derby in Magda's crater or something like that. 10
That's
tonks fighting each other in the crater. That's it.
well, and that would be sick, right? Like to be able to actually have like an actual battle like that. But that's kind of my point, right? Is that
We'll
and I
have to
talked about
create
this
it. No other way around.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. I kind of talked about this yesterday on Captain's
Mm.
Table. Like I'm not excited about it because I don't see in the foreseeable future them actually having a use
Yeah.
in the universe besides just like you
Yeah.
said, just making your own fun with
There
it, which
is
is
potential use,
fine.
Maso, but
It's cool,
I don't know
but
if
it's
you
not what
guys
I'm
touched
looking
on
for.
that. You didn't in the regular show, maybe in questions answers, but for sure, Theaters of War will
Yes,
feature
yeah,
tanks.
yeah.
So
I think
if
I did definitely
maybe,
mention Theater of War.
well,
It
well
could have been
maybe
in
that's what I'm
2A.
saying. I did not, but anyways, it doesn't matter. We can mention it here as well. But I mean, I would like to have Theaters of War that work, but I'm skeptical about it because first of all, it was supposed to be here so long ago, and
Yeah,
no one talks about it. And then to be
first quarter
fair,
2020.
yeah. And then to be fair, while Arena Commander, oh god, I played Arena Commander as well, and I had issues there. But while Arena
Really?
Commander in general is an okay platform for multiple things, especially since last show you mentioned that should be something where new players should go and test out, and you guys actually touched about that being turned into a tutorial by them and whatnot. Um, the other one, what's the name? FPS, like the equivalent to Arena Commander, but the FPS mode.
Oh, Star Marine?
Star Marine, oh my god, that's just not good. And
No.
if we have if Theaters of War is anything like that, I just don't want to try it even. That's how I feel about it.
Which is why I'm glad that they didn't just release it
Sure.
because and this is something that I'm sure has been talked about on a I think it was on ATC like a while ago. A
Hmm.
while
Hmm.
ago. I think like early last year where they talked about how if a game mode doesn't go into the game polished, it ends up getting neglected, like
True.
Star Marine did. Because Star Marine was essentially just pushed into the game when it wasn't ready, and then nobody played it because it was bad, and then the developers didn't work on it because nobody was playing it,
Mm,
but nobody was playing it because it was bad. So it
true.
was just kind of
True.
like a circle. And I'm almost certain that that's the same thing that would happen with Theaters of War.
So Theaters of
Um,
War, I'm just gonna tangent a little bit because Theaters of War for I'm gonna say us content creators who live stream the game is a breath of fresh air where we can potentially share gameplay with our communities without sandboxing it, which
yeah,
sandboxing it
without
is
all
not a
the shit.
problem if the game works, right? But it's
Well, and it's
very
without
difficult.
it's also without all the hurdles that come along with
True.
trying to stream an event like that into the live environment,
Yeah,
right?
it's super
Where
easy.
somebody falls through the ship
Yeah.
and then you have to wait for 20 minutes while they go get another ship and
Mm.
come back, right? Like so Theaters of War, yeah, absolutely is something that's definitely more well, ideally anyways, would be something that
That's
was more like
yeah, that's what it is. It
pick up and
needs to be
go.
good or
Yeah,
it's worthless. It's a
yeah,
joke.
totally.
So
So that's why I'm like I'm fine with them holding it off. I know there's some
sure.
people who are memeing about the or and have been memeing about Theaters of War, but for me it's like eh. Like I would rather them like they said right off the bat, it's not a big team. You know, like it's not taking a lot of development time away. It's only a few people, and you
I'm
know,
kind of bummed out about that though, because Theaters of War has another very good use if they use it properly. And I talked about this before, but if think of it this way, I don't know if you and me talked about this before, but like if they actually made Theaters of War free to play,
mm,
where you can
yeah,
try
this is
ships, you can try vehicles, you can try
yeah,
FPS, and if it's good, then people might buy the game. And I think
yep,
this is an absolutely smashingly amazing platform and gateway for new
totally.
players.
There's been a lot of people who've said exactly that. That like Arena Commander, Star Marine, Theaters of War should all be the free to play side of
Yeah,
things where you can just jump in and play. And yeah, 100%.
and
I think that that would be spectacular marketing for them.
and for that reason, I think they should have a team that isn't Todd Papio on top of that team.
Maybe
I think he is.
maybe inadvertently, but the person who's officially heading it up was Sean Tracy, I
Oh, it
think.
was Sean Tracy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean Sean Tracy is cool as well. I'm not trying to like throw
He's
them under the
Canadian.
bus or anything. There you
Have you
go.
seen his backgrounds? He's got a gladius where the maple leaf is in the Canadian flag
Oh, nice.
on his backgrounds. Um, but now I could be wrong here, but I thought I remember them saying something about them actually shuffling people off of the Theaters of War team right now and like having them go to do other things. And I think that's probably other also a good idea too, because if they're having issues with performance and it's not something that they can actually
Sure,
work
use
on,
resources somewhere
probably
else, right?
exactly like put Sean Tracy back somewhere where he's useful, put those teams somewhere else until they get network figured out well enough to be able to do like a mixed arms platform like this.
Theaters of War could also be a great playground for vehicle experience team, right?
Hmm.
And
Well, and it is.
it kind of came there about like they started talking about this roughly about the same time. It kind of
Yeah.
picked up the pace and all that. So
John Cruz actually, if I'm not mistaken, he said that a couple times actually. How
he
like
mentions Theaters of War every now and then. Yeah,
yeah, theaters of war is something that they are going to be kind of paying attention to when they're like looking at like how the ships behave, looking at how like the ships compare to tanks, compare
balancing
to
basically.
yeah, like balance and stuff like that
But
when you have them all in that environment, which
yeah,
is cool. Sure,
because you can't
they've already
balance a
used it.
game in the open MMO, but in a closed environment, which is like a battleground, like that, you
Yeah,
can somewhat balance. Not that
totally.
this game needs too much balance, but you can see like if something is obviously over the top
Yeah.
and
Well, and
like
they
change it
said
a little
too
bit.
that like even the Evocati tests that they've run with theaters of war have come up with data that the ship team has ended up utilizing uh when they were looking at like even um persistent universe balance, like they buffed the hit points on the Buccaneer, if you can
Yep,
believe it.
I remember. Yeah.
After basically seeing in that closed environment that like when the same amount of Buccaneers are going up against the same amount of Hornets, there's way higher attrition
Yep.
on those
I, I
Buccaneers.
used to fly Buccaneer. It was a loaner for something that. Oh no, you came with the pirate
Caterpillar.
caterpillar, and I was flying it because the amount of weapons kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's for PvE. It's actually really fun.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Um, and it would die like super easy. You would lose a
Oh yeah.
wing and stuff like that. So
Oh,
they
100%.
did
Yeah.
change a little bit. So that's cool. I
Yeah.
think that's cool. So
I think the
that
wings and the
already is.
engines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wings and the engines now aren't as squishy, but it's still super squishy when you're getting hit right in the front.
Buccaneer, I feel like it's really not bad if you're doing stuff with like let's say you're doing bounty hunting with a friend who is flying something
Yeah.
like a warden, and then
Yep.
they fly in first, kind of
They
take
tank it
aggro. Yeah.
totally,
And
and
you
then
can
that
go and
Buccaneer
smash
comes
small
back in.
targets and whatnot. Yeah. Well, any
Yeah.
targets. It has one size 4 fixed,
Two size two
two
size
size 3,
threes,
and two size
and then
1s. So 5 weapons.
yeah.
And it
Yeah.
has missiles as well. I don't know how many, but it has missiles as well.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Like, when
it's
you
a
load that thing up with all those guns, it's, it does have quite the punch.
yep.
Plus, I know you're not a big fan of Drake and the Drake aesthetic, but, like,
It's
there's
disgusting.
the
No,
there's
it's
something about just, like,
disgusting.
that cockpit just like strapped to 2 huge engines. It just makes
Disgusting. Yeah.
I don't want to fly it because it's a death trap, but I love it. Like I love how it's just
Ugh.
basically rockets strapped to a
But it's
cockpit.
perfectly Drake.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
100%.
And
Yeah,
unlike Caterpillar, in my opinion.
yeah.
Let's not go back to that though. I mean, not now. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had Inside Star Citizen, where we had some talks about new landing zone that should come up in its first iteration, Horizon or Horizon. I don't know how it's pronounced.
I think they say Orison, don't they?
They say so, like they say Xenotrad and Xenotrad. I don't think all of them know. Maybe only the lore guys would know. I don't know. In the end, I live in a city that is called Beograd, and the rest of the world calls it Belgrade, and some parts call it Singidunum. And it's like, does it really matter? We can call the same place 2 or more different ways, you
You
know?
can call it Belgrade? Huh.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. I've always called it Belgrade, but
Belgrade. Okay, so the name is Beograd, which literally means white city.
huh.
Literally. Which, for those who don't know, I'm from Serbia, and
Oh,
that's capital of Serbia, so Balkans, Southeastern Europe. Just to patch you up with the coordinates. All right. So yeah, we had that, and we had wear and tear on the ship. So let's touch on that.
Okay. Well, Orison is pretty,
Yeah.
but it's just another
Undoubtedly.
landing zone to me. I'm gonna go there, but again, like this is the main topic of Captain's Table was yesterday. Like
Yeah, you're probably a little
it's
bit.
just another landing zone. Like it's like I'm excited though that they are learning the more they do these. And I know this is something that kind of triggered you when we were watching the video. You
A
said that
lot.
when they said that they feel like it's the best they've ever done, you're like, but for me, I'm just like, well, that's good. Like it's an iterative process. I'm glad they get better and better every time they do one.
I don't
So
know how to feel about that. First of all, that like is denounced the word like all the previous landing zones.
yeah, there's something to be said for that.
And then if we keep going like that, like they need the standard.
Well, I think ultimately they're getting to that standard,
Yeah,
right?
but
Like you have to iterate
oof,
before you get there. And then at some
if
point they're
you
going
are
to have to go back and touch things up in their previous ones. They're going to have to.
how much? Like changing you remember how rough it was to just fucking change the elevator
You know what I think? I
buttons?
think what'll happen is at some point we're going to um see Planet Tech have basically a procedural city builder would be my guess. Um and that's when I think they'll probably go back and uh redo something like Lorville
But
when
they
they
would
don't
have to
have to
do
put
interiors, trains, all that they have to do again, right? Rooms. That cannot be
again, like now
procedural, right?
they've well, it absolutely can. I mean, all the R&R stations are procedural.
They are procedural, but then touched after. Like it's not like
Yeah.
full on
Well, and
procedural.
that'll be the same thing. It'll be the same thing, right? But
Sure.
but I don't think they're gonna go back and redo Lorville if it means like redoing it with all the work and R&D that it took the first time to do it. I think that they'll probably wait until they can be more efficient with it. Would be my guess, and they'll set a procedural city builder, and then they'll go through and they'll touch it up. I think that
Do
they'll
they
keep
need
a
a
lot of.
procedural city builder though? Because every city,
Well, they
uh,
have one technically because that's what our corp was made with.
not true. But that's
So
a
I think it'll be
planet. I don't know.
yeah,
Because
but the
each
whole planet is
planet
a
will
city.
have different. Well, not
Yeah.
many planets do have it, anyways. But then, do you
Well,
think there's gonna be like more cities in, let's say, Hurston?
yeah. Well, they even kind of touched on this in the ISC, which I guess, or the SCL, which I'll go over
Okay,
next. They touched because one of the questions they were asked was like, are we going to see smaller towns and cities and stuff like that, or is it
like
just going to be one
settlements, sure,
primary?
but like cities.
No, like actual like towns, not just
Yeah. Okay.
settlements.
Yeah.
towns and other smaller cities. And then they said absolutely that's something that they're aiming for.
I hope
Depending
so.
on the planet. Depending on the planet,
Sure.
like
I don't think Crusader will have multiple cities. Like
Ye-
that'd be crazy,
yeah,
right?
it'd be cool.
That'd be cool,
Now that you
but it would be
mention it.
sick.
Well,
Like
we talked about this. We talked about this. What was it, last week or the week before? We were like, how are they going to do all the outposts and
yeah,
stuff like that on Crusader?
I would say if Crusader has multiple cities, this would not be procedural generation. It would be like actual, full-on city, just like Horizon.
I think they just use something similar to how they build the stations right now.
Maybe.
Because if you look at Orison, the way that Orison's like all connected together, it looks pretty similar. It looks pretty similar to the way that
don't even get me
space
started
station.
with that. Like my heart is not in my feet; it's like 3 floors under it. My neighbors, because
Why?
I was imagining when Orison comes out, we get Crusader as this gas giant, and then last week it just clicked to me that no, Crusader is just gonna be this mash ball, whatever the fuck, and then you will have PO and you have Orison the same way as PO. It's gonna be like a freaking square that you can jump to, and it's just gonna be another space station. Actually, that's what it is.
Yeah, Port Olisar is definitely going to be another place, just another space station.
No, but
sure.
Orison, I think, will be another space station closer to the planet, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things I said when I saw this the first time, was like I was a little bit bummed that there's no like planetary volumetric clouds evident or anything like that. It just looks, and honestly, I don't think that we're going to get that by the time they push Orison out. So yeah, I do think that that Orison will be pretty much just like a floating landing zone over top of like random brown texture.
And then
now,
you're gonna have
they have volumetric clouds.
it's gonna be within the atmosphere. You're gonna have blue
Yeah.
sky, and that's it.
Yes, well, technically, actually, the sky should be blue in
But it will not have clouds and gas cloud or whatever,
exactly.
Like,
Yeah, you won't see any like the big like.
I'm not
clouds and
saying
stuff.
sky should not be blue. I'm saying like that's all we're gonna have probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, like that's. Yeah, so I don't know, like that it is kind of a bummer. Like I do think that in the version 1 of Orison that we get, I don't think the planet itself is going to be very interesting. So
yeah, and I didn't like the fact that they were talking about this is the best place, the blah blah.
Yeah.
We are making it so that you come there and visit and learn, and like sure, this is something that who are you selling this story to? Like, I just don't get. I don't get that part. Like, maybe that's something that they're talking for, like when the game comes out.
I'm gonna say something. Well, yes, okay, but when the game comes out, sure. But in the meantime, I'm gonna say something maybe a little cynical, and that's gonna be that who are they marketing it to right now? Well, the people who are some of the primary Star Citizen players, which are screenshotters,
Get through.
space tourists.
But even that, man, are you going to be able to make good screenshots if Crusader is still a fucking?
Oh yeah, if it's not,
Right?
if you're not actually seeing the big volumetric clouds and stuff like that, I don't know. I mean,
Like
yeah,
interior?
sure, probably.
and then you go to the bar and sit there and wait for the sunset.
Yeah.
Come on.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope we do see some sort of planetary clouds, when Orison comes out, but I don't see it personally. They haven't teased it enough for me to think that it's ready to go with a release with Orison, because I think if it was going to be ready in time, they'd be showing that with Orison right now, or at least doing like an ISC segment on it.
I would be all over the place if they made it like already.
Oh yeah. Oh, it'd be so cool. Like it's one of the things that I'm actually unreasonably excited for. Actually, is like just better clouds on planets.
I don't know if we're gonna have that, man. Like hopefully. And I think Orison just might stay what it is. Not Orison, sorry, Crusader. Like long term. Maybe they put a cloud around it, but I don't
No,
think.
no, they've talked about volumetric planetary clouds, and like, let's be honest,
Okay, wait.
if
There's volumetric planetary clouds. Sure, maybe. Okay, so because right now, when you enter the atmosphere, you cross that fucking line, and
yeah,
then
exactly, yeah,
now
2D
you can
2D
see
cloud,
something white on top, but from above you couldn't. Whatever,
yeah.
which is a placeholder. Whatever, it's a placeholder. But I'm talking about the other thing, like the Crusader itself. What you see now, I'm afraid that that's gonna be it. With like maybe something similar that we have in R&Rs now, like
I don't
just
think so.
around it, and that's it.
Um, the reason I don't think so is because like they've said right now that Crusader is just a placeholder planet, and like they're gonna
Mm,
have to change it a little bit because right now it's just like a kill field,
it's
and the LODs
gross.
on it, yeah, the LODs when you get close to it, it's like,
Oh my
dude,
god.
like, it's like something from the early 2000s. So
I wouldn't
like
be
I think
surprised if the
that's gonna
reason. Holy shit!
change.
I just figured out
What?
something. So first of all, they removed PO as a starting location for a new player, and
Mhm.
I'm thinking maybe because they don't like how they don't want you to see Crusader first because it's disgusting.
Nah,
It's
I
really
think it's
disgusting,
because they
man.
don't want pad ramming, and
Or okay,
they
fair.
got sick of everybody bitching about pad ramming.
I wonder. Well, let's see if they make. You know, when New Babbage came out. Well, actually, it wasn't. No, I wonder if they're gonna can't speak.
Oh, I forgot to. Sorry, keep going. I
If
just
they're
realized I forgot to change this stream title.
if they're going to add Orison as a new spawn point for a new player, and if not,
Oh yeah, they definitely will.
how do you
I
know?
mean, well, because they have like you can choose all of them right now. You can choose Area 18, Lorville,
Sure, but
or New
all of these are
Babbage.
on proper planets.
Yeah, and
Well, that's not going to be a proper planet.
so,
Okay, let's
well,
see
I
where
just
it goes.
the reason that the reason that they make you start on those planets, in my opinion, is because they spent so much development time building out
We talked about this. I
these.
hope that's
Yeah,
not the thing because that's ridiculously stupid. But okay, whatever. Like
well,
you're making your game to be playable once you release it for tens of years. Why the fuck do you care about beta testers starting there to see what you did? We all
because
go
it's
and test things
CR.
anyways.
I
Fuck
guarantee you
CR.
this was a CR decision. Yeah, I'm with you there, to be honest, but
That's
yeah,
bullshit. I hope they
it
have
is.
other reasons, whatever.
It's
Testing,
a boomer
whatever.
gamer decision right
I
there.
really hope they smash people in there to test like frame rate or whatever the fuck, something that makes more sense than that. I don't know, obviously. I don't think either of us knows. It's just like we're just trying to figure it
No,
out. But
speculating. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so the other thing is wear and tear, and we did not talk about this. And surprise, I do not like it. This will be a negative Andy week for me.
Um,
Yeah,
I
go
just
for
don't.
it.
Well, what I don't know. You have a strong opinion about it, so maybe you should start
Sure.
because I don't really care. It's like, oh, okay,
So let
that's
me
kind of
open
neat,
the,
I
the
guess.
topic.
But
First of all, I think it's too complicated. Too complex, rather. Having a mud on your ship. If it was as realistic as in some, so I play SnowRunner, and if your car goes into a mud, that side actually gets mud splashed on it, and wherever it splashes, that's where you have mud. And when you go through the water, that wears off. It's still like kind of, but and then if you get hit, that part of your truck or a car actually gets like bent and whatnot. We were testing this yesterday, me and Orchid, so I'm under that. That was the first thing that crossed my mind. So, however, what they are making is like if you go to a place where it's mud, then your ship there will start like adding layers of mud randomly in places where it should be, which makes sense. The ships are so big. Are you
yeah,
seriously going to like? I don't think that's needed for a game like this for immersion at all. I think it's too much. However, when I
I think
like
I would agree with you there. But yeah,
there, let me just finish quickly.
sure. Yeah,
When I first heard about wear and tear, I was excited about it. So that's important to know. So I was really excited. and we have it already in the game. Like a few days ago, I was flying my Penguin, and I was hit near the cockpit, and there was like piece of the. You know how the
Yeah,
Titan has
like a
like
blade of
black.
armor. Yeah,
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 it was like someone bite into it. It was so. That's so cool. That's what I want.
yeah.
So I
Well,
want
yeah, yeah,
bullet holes. I want, if I smash my ship into, if I land too hard or something like that, if I hit something, that part of wear and tear I want. That's amazing. If I touch
yeah.
an asteroid or something like
Procedural
that,
damage.
yeah, and it
Yeah,
it should stay
yeah.
for longer than just to repair. I don't know.
Uh,
Unless it's something critical, obviously. I mean, a little bit of like, would you go and you change your tires, but you don't fix your
yeah.
right?
But what you're talking about there, in my opinion, if you want it to stay, that's part of the wear and tear system.
Yes,
Because that's
sure.
something that they could use this wear and tear system to do, would be because they've already said that they want it to be tied to the age of your ship. So as you're repairing it, yeah, you may see spots on your hull where it's like, oh, that part's not painted. It looks like it was just like repaired, and
Yeah.
So, anyways, sorry,
I
continue
like
because
that. No, but that's basically it. I want that part, the mud, and Oh, and please, I listen. I can take. I don't have tools around me right now, but this is a cell phone. Okay, this year's model Xiaomi, not sponsored. If I take a knife now and scratch this screen,
yeah.
nothing will happen to it. It's called
Oh,
Gorilla
yeah.
Glass.
Yeah.
Okay, we have it in 20th century, 21st century. It fucking works. You can toss this phone from 20th first century into a desert and step on it, take it out, clean it. The glass will not be scratched. So
Well,
please,
within reason, but yeah.
but in 2951 on my Gladius, can I have a layer of Gorilla Glass on top? Maybe as an extra.
Okay. I have to interrupt you there because, like, while yes, they've said, for example, that your cockpit isn't even glass; it's a transparent crystalline metal, basically. So it's the same strength as your hull.
Mm.
But if you take a high velocity slug across your cockpit, I don't care what kind of glass, you've got there, or crystalline metal, that's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, but what we've seen is
And
over
that's
time. I want that thing to break even. It's fine.
yeah.
But I don't want after 4 hours of playing, I can't
Yes.
see through my fucking windshield anymore. Or
Yeah,
in
I
Argo,
agree with you there.
in
100% I
Argo,
agree
what's
with
the
you there.
name? Argo Mall, we saw like the fucking lights were so fucked up that the light does not come out anymore because of what? Because they were using it for too long or what? Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, that's like, this is something that they've struggled with. Like, this whole procedural wear and tear thing, like for the glass, has been something they've been working on for years. Because, like, I remember when, one of the critiques of the Freelancer was that, like, you can't see out of the glass because brand new from the factory, the glass on it was all like scratched up, and it's just a value that they basically turned up too high.
Starfarer,
So
brand new from the factory, is leaking.
yeah,
Hammerhead is leaking in a toilet in New
Reclaimer.
Deal.
Yeah, Reclaimer is the same way. Like, that's one of the things people have always criticized
I
about. But
hate
that's where this wear and tear system will come in, because they have said
Okay.
that it's going to be in the interior as well. It's just the exterior will age faster. So but let's go back to what you initially kind of said. Like, is this too much? To an extent, I agree with you there. I think maybe they are taking it a bit far for like just sheer immersion, but at the same time, the way I understand it as far as a technical perspective is it's basically the same system as damage. It's just different wear maps. Um, so like the procedural damage thing that allows you to show holes in your hull where you've taken lasers or bullets is the same system that allows them to basically slider scale this wear map. So it's literally just art time of somebody going, like, doing technical art and building in that slider to a system that already exists. Um, so is it too much? I don't know. I guess maybe, but I don't really think that it's very taxing on the development side of things because, like I said, this is the same system that they're using
Oh,
to
I didn't.
track damage.
Yeah,
I can't remember what the exact
I didn't even think about
word
that.
is.
Like, whatever. That's yeah.
It's
I
like
think
basically
the art,
they've got filters.
part. Sorry, the art part of the development is so far ahead
Yeah,
that I don't mind if they are spending time on making future assets.
totally.
Whatever, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, just that uh yeah, I guess that's all I was going to say is that it I don't think it's I don't think it's gonna like really put a dent in things. I don't think it's like feature creep or anything. It's just kind of utilizing the systems that they have and just applying some new stuff to it so that you can have older ships look like older ships, which I think could look cool.
The only thing where I can see this being kind of okay-ish is if you're doing like your everyday stuff, you're going doing bounty hunting missions, trading missions, wherever. Every now and then, you're gonna stop refuel. Maybe little drones will quickly wash your windshield or whatever crap.
mm,
Um, but then if you're in a carrack and you are gone for like a month real lifetime in further away system where there's no landing zones, nothing, and then once you come back after like a month of real life gameplay, sure, your
yeah,
ship should be looking like when you're getting back into Area 18, people should turn around and be like, "Holy dude,
yeah,
what the fuck is
that
happening with
thing
that?"
has seen some shit.
Yeah, you just came back from Dakar Rally, like okay, this was
Yeah,
used properly, right, and whatnot. But
and that's how I think it's gonna end up.
they need to
Like
explain that, Maso. They need to
they
say we're
well they kind
adding
of did.
this, and it's just for us to see how it works now. So it's gonna be like,
Well, they kind of
overly done, kind of.
yeah. Well, they kind of did say that because they like
Did they?
honestly like I don't think yeah because they said every time you go for a repair it'll just clean that up.
Yeah,
So
but what does
if
that
I'm
mean?
bounty hunting, literally like I'm repairing like frequently,
Yeah,
right? So like my
especially if
bounty
you're
hunter
using
ships
ballistics, especially if
are
you're using
probably yeah, exactly. They're
Gatlings.
probably never going to see any real wear or tear. So it makes sense because they're rolling it in with the repair function. It makes sense that the aging function would also be accelerated so that, so that they can actually test it out. And that's how I see it. Like it's going to be exaggerated for a bit because they're testing it. And you know, long term it'll be different. And this is going to be a little bit more of an imagined thing, but like one of the things I'm really excited for down the road, if this ends up being a thing, is used ship sales. Um,
If it's
because I think,
unrepairable.
well, just like here's what I think will end up. Okay, if I had to pitch it, I would say, or if I had to guess, I would say that getting your ship washed, especially if it's a larger ship, probably going to cost like a pretty significant chunk of
Sure,
money.
unless you
Same thing
have
with
your
repairs.
own as a
Sure,
yeah,
maybe, yeah, unless you can do it yourself or
yeah.
something like that. But even then it's time. And if it costs either a lot of money or takes a lot of time to do, then I could 100% see some people who are either broke or can't be bothered to wash
Mm.
their ship, letting them age and look like
This is
they're
very
old and
true.
stuff
This is
like
a
that.
great point. I don't even think about
And
this.
so it would be really cool down the road to be like wandering through a used ship sales sales lot, and there's like a bunch of like old like like that ship over there, like oh you watch Firefly, right?
No.
No? Okay. Well, there's a scene, I can't remember, it might even be in Serenity the movie, where he's like he's literally going through this used ship lot with this like sleazy salesman who's like showing him all these fucking disgusting busted ass
Yeah.
ships and stuff like that. And I fucking love that idea. I
You know,
love being like trying to get a deal and then like you get this old and busted ship and then you kind of like
clean it
lovingly
and yeah.
restore it and I think that'd be cool and that would add a lot of flavor to the verse too.
Sure.
Because honestly, like if you look at other games, like there are more than a few games where like you have
I
the
was about
opportunity
to
to buy
yeah.
a brand new ship. Or you can try to save some money and buy an older ship, which may not have as good as stats, maybe run down and busted up and stuff like that. And I like that as a game thing. So it's like you could
Maybe single
save a
player.
buck.
I don't know any MMO doing that, but
No, but
here's the
there's
thing
nothing saying you
that
couldn't.
proves you're right. We've been playing Red Dead Online for the last couple of, I don't know, a month or so, and
Mhm.
you have horses there, which is
Yep.
equivalent to a ship here, and
Yeah.
they get dirty, very dirty, and they poop a lot. And I have a brush, and I clean my horse every now and then. Orkite, on the other hand, he doesn't bother cleaning his horse.
That's bad for the horse, man.
It's bad for a horse, but I clean his horse because I get pissed off. So what I'm trying to say is you're correct. Some people, especially if and this is only like 5 seconds. You get to the horse, you pat him, like, brush a little, and you're good to go. It's
Yeah.
clean. Imagine you actually have to spend like 20 minutes cleaning the shit. Please, no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind because I'm an idiot, but please don't
No.
do that.
Oh no, do that. 100%. You want to put money sinks into the game? That's the way to do it. Make it so cleaning your own ship, especially if it's a big ship, is a time-consuming process that you could do, or
You
you
don't
can
have to.
pay money to
Okay,
have it
sure.
done.
Or you can
know?
just clean the windshield.
Or you can just clean the windshield, right? Yeah.
If they allowed that,
But
that's cool.
I gotta say, like, as a trucker, if you're a hauler in this game, I think it would be really cool if this were something similar. But like, I don't know how it is in Europe, but if the vehicle safety police see a truck that is like really fucking filthy, guess what? They're pulling you over for an inspection.
Not only that, you can pay. In some countries of Europe, a cop can actually charge you for being like your car being too dirty, and then on top of that,
Oh, really?
if you're like, for example, your plates need to be super clean. Like,
Yeah.
if there's dirt on your plates, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Which we are going to have. That's something I'm excited about, like naming your shits and all that, right?
Like we've gone way into Imagine here, but like honestly, I think if this wear thing does kind of pan out like that, I think it could add quite a bit of like fun kind of color to the game long
but
term.
no,
Maybe
like
down
those
the road.
scratches on windshield, like, please.
Yeah, the scratches on windshield. I hope they've learned their lesson. Like, we've done this before, guys.
I don't think
CIG. Well,
look at the blink in their eyes. They're so happy about showing the Gladius, being.
But we've done this before, man. Like, there's been so much rage on Spectrum because of the glasses being all marked up. Like, yeah, and honestly, like, how the shit do you even fly like that? When they popped into that cockpit, it was just like scratched up. You couldn't see a damn thing.
And then there's reflection on top of that. And usually with their scratches, the scratches are so good that they affect the fucking reflection. I'm not trying to bully. That's amazing, but
it is.
It's unflyable.
But I'm okay with that being a thing, so long as that is like an extreme edge case, where
if I smash into an asteroid, sure.
Yeah, like if you landed upside down.
In the desert on Daymar.
In the desert on Daymar, yeah. Or got into a firefight where basically you were just taking ballistic rounds like crazy, then sure. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, if it's like overdone, it just ruins things. And I can say that for certain because I've experienced it, because we've been here before. So
I stopped flying Buccaneer at time because there was a huge scratch on the windshield and
you can't fix it.
It was bugging me.
Yeah.
All right. So the last thing that is there is not. It's for what we did. Anyways, I don't know how that ended up in the news on our list. The 30K.
Oh yeah.
That's
right. Well, right now, we already did the
that's it.
Happens table. Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, we didn't.
Oh no.
SCL Live. Yeah. We did. Well, I did my part. So let me just explain this. So I religiously watch even Star Citizen Live when they're talking about like a new clothing line or whatever the fuck. Like, I watch it, or rather listen. However, there's a line to how much of Jared's breathing into the microphone I can take. And this week, that line was crossed. So I watched for the first, and I'm so pissed off about this. I know they work from home and all that, but this also, well, it doesn't. Well, they need, like, in people tell him that in chat. Like, people tell him that in chat. I've been playing this game for a year and a half now, almost, and I've watched every SCL and ISC that came out, and people tell Jared not to blow into the microphone every time, and he stops for 5 minutes and continues. I love Jared, don't get me wrong. Like, I think he's a great guy. He's doing a great job. Like, this is not like against him as a character, but this is bullshit because he's also a streamer. If you guys didn't know, and he's a really good streamer as well. He is not blowing into his mic when he's streaming, okay?
Yeah.
So,
or on like ISC, like
because ISC goes under, he has to do it again if it happens on ISC, right?
Right. Yeah.
Because that's post-production. So this is live, and he needs to step back from his microphone or get the better pop filter. Fuck, man.
Yeah.
So I did not watch it. I watched the first 5 minutes, and for the first time I opted for it. So Maso will tell me and you guys what happened.
I did watch it, and I can echo some of those audio issues too, because I found it really frustrating. One of the, like, did they not do a sound test? Because like there was one guy there who was so quiet that for the most of the show I couldn't hear what he was saying. And I will admit I was like listening to it while I was driving my truck, which was not quiet, but like I'm listening to it in
the difference
noise
in
canceling
levels
headphones.
Is, oh my god.
You know, like I should be able to anyway, yeah. So I find that really hard too. And the frustrating thing about that was that he was a
lead
one of the
designer for
leads.
landing zones, whatever.
And I get it, you're working from home, you don't have professional audio equipment. I don't expect that. Come on, at least do a sound check and have the levels kind of like roughly.
Oh, that's not even him.
Out.
Like Jared is listening to all this, and he can
change
volumes
like,
in
that's
Discord or whatever they're using. Come on, man.
Exactly. I'm not blaming the guy so much, you know, but like Jared should have done a sound test and like
And then also, wait, they have been doing this from home for over a year now.
Yeah.
Come on, man. If this just happened, that's fine.
Okay. Sound rant over.
Christ.
Yeah, it was hard. It was hard to listen to, but I actually watched this one, and this is surprising because I usually, when it's like an art team doing something, I'm not really super interested personally. You know, I don't usually watch those. Probably also because I don't really like, I'm usually listening, not watching, and if there's like visual stuff, I can't see that. So that's why I just bypass most of the art team stuff. But in this case, it was a like about the landing zones and stuff like that, and there was actually quite a bit of interesting information in there. Two things off the top of my head that jumped out to me was they talked about there was a question about whether or not Levski would be seeing like an update pass when it comes in next, and they didn't commit to it, but they said that this is something they want to do, which I think is good because a lot of the assets in Levski are legacy, and that's why Levski had the nickname Lagski. Like it was way too high poly and really not efficient with system resources. And they also said that they just wanted to kind of like apply some of the navigation things they've learned after doing all these different landing zones now, and just kind of like making it a little bit easier to kind of find your way around in there, which I think is cool.
That is really good. Can I just add to Levski and what we said about Orison being the best zone and all that? I think I misjudged this project because I am one of those who keeps repeating that the game, in my opinion, should come out within next 4 or 5 years. And I don't know anymore, because if they keep because the tech that they're using now, Maso, in 5 years will be shit.
Yeah, but this is an argument again, and this from me, my position as a Star Citizen boomer, this is something I've been hearing since
Sure,
day one,
but when you hear You know, if the
And
game is in development for 20 years, then that's really an issue. That's like 1/3 of humans' life
yeah,
that is
but
backing the project.
like I don't think it'll be in development for 20 years. I think
uh,
I mean insofar as like if you consider WoW as being in development for 20 years.
no, no, this is
Um,
not the same.
yeah, I think
I know what you're
I
aiming at, but not the same. I mean,
it's not
they
exactly the same. I'll give
yeah.
you that. But like I said, I withhold judgment on this just because again, this is an argument that's been thrown around literally since there was something to do in Star Citizen. Because somebody would say something like, "Oh my God, this game is so pretty," or this, these systems or what, and somebody would be like, "Nah, yeah, but like, in 5 years down the road, it's not going to be so pretty." And like, well, lo and behold, here we are,
Well,
5
no,
years
no.
down the
I'm just
road, it's
afraid
even
that they
prettier.
will again try to push that, to something new. Not. Listen, I'm not talking about like for me, Levski is beautiful. I don't care. I love it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I'm not saying they're the visuals of the cities. I love. Man, I even enjoy Lorville and Area
yeah,
18, and I'm not saying that. It's just that they keep developing newer and better, and they don't really have a standard. Seems like, which means that they have to keep like up, and now
yeah.
they're gonna
Well,
start updating Levski. Why
That's
now
that's what I
then?
that's what I said. That's why. Well, one, it's not because, like I said, they haven't committed to this, and two, like they won't even really be diverting art assets to
Hmm,
that until we're getting Nyx again. So whenever that is.
might be
Um.
soon.
So maybe yeah. I guess like again, my counter to that is just that I think that we're still getting to the standard. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I don't think we've got the I don't think we've reached the standard yet because every time they put out one of these landing zones, they're learning more. They're building out more of the systems and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
ultimately, I think it'll be up to them, where they decide the resources are best spent. Um,
Well, it's not
so
the resources only anymore. Like you are now
it's
in
time.
almost 10-year development. It's time to start pulling your head out of your butt and realize that and say, okay,
But we've already said that like art is way ahead of everything else. You know,
well, this is not
so
only
it's
art, man. If like, ways of
sure it is.
transportation, there's a lot.
Yeah,
There's a
there's
lot.
some design work. There's some
Yeah.
design work in there too. But like
I don't know.
obviously they're only diverting dev time to that because they feel like it's well spent. I mean, at the risk of sounding white knighty here,
No, it's okay.
I
No, I don't
trust
think
I kind of trust their producers and their perspective more than us sitting here being armchair devs
oh, for
because
sure.
they're the ones who are actually looking at the numbers, right? So yeah, I don't know. You're right in that, like, if they keep going back, then sure, it could be a problem. But I think primarily, like, them going back and updating Levski and stuff like that will be something that they do when they do have those kind of standards
I,
and they have systems in place to kind of like just accelerate that. Plus, like, if they have like 100 people that they're hiring in Turbulent up in Montreal, like you guarantee that
but
some of those people are going to be doing landing zones too. They'll
you
have to
think
be.
so?
Oh,
Aren't they
absolutely.
doing just the planet? Like,
Well, yeah, but landing zones are a big part of planet tech
ah,
and planet. I just it seems weird to me that they would have 100 people up there doing just building out planets and systems without anybody actually working on like landing zones and stuff
I
like
don't
that.
think these are sentings. I could be wrong as well, but
Yeah,
here's the
I
thing. I'm a
believe that.
patient person. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not the one who is being like, oh my god, this has been in development for
Yeah,
actually 9 years. I'm not
yeah,
that kind of a person at all. I just at some point I might become if it's 15 years and the game is still, oh, we
yep,
made
yeah,
this
yeah,
landing zone on Terra, guys. It's the
yeah.
best landing zone so far.
I hear that. I hear that for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
there needs to be a line for,
Yep.
you need to start finalizing things slowly. Now it's getting there.
And like to an extent, I agree with you about kind of that patience and like and having that line because I think they're getting to a point in the timeline of the development where a
Yeah,
lot of people are approaching that line.
Mm.
Um,
It's slowly
I
getting to
know,
a point where it
sure,
should start
but like
being, you know.
even me, like I'm a Star Citizen boomer. I am invested over concierge level. I'll just say that into the game.
Mm.
Uh, and I want it to pan out, and I like this game a lot. But I'll even say that like where I am right now, my patience isn't limited. It's why I haven't really been streaming Star Citizen much, because I'm kind of like at a point where the game is feeling a little stale. I'm still interested in the project, obviously. I mean, I
Yeah.
was on a podcast yesterday and I'm on podcasts
Oh, for
today.
sure. That's not even a question, right?
So,
Yeah.
but I'm definitely getting to a point where like if we didn't see whatever the persistent streaming or whatever they're calling it, if that isn't fully rolled out by the end of this year, and then they're saying that it's going to be another year for server meshing, yeah, that's getting close to a line for me personally.
And I'm afraid
But
that might easily happen as well.
maybe, yeah, yeah, for sure. But anyways,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
the
you
next thing that
mentioned,
jumped out to me on
okay.
SCL was comment about there was a question that they asked about additional cities and
I
stuff
was
like that
I was just about to
in
ask for that. Yeah.
yeah in other on other planets and stuff like
Perfect.
that. And yeah, they said that that is definitely something they're planning for, and that's where I think we'll start to see procedural
Mm.
like settlement generation and stuff like that, kind of building out these smaller cities. And I think that'll be awesome. I can't wait for that, to be fair. Like, I
It
think,
will
one,
fidelity.
yeah, fidelity, but also, like, I think it'll add a lot to the economy too. If, like, from a
Hmm.
quanta perspective, and this is imagined territory, I
Yeah, yeah.
realize that, but if you have, uh, a major city that's basically accepting all the materials you can deliver to it, it stands to reason that those smaller settlements will also want some of those things that are coming into that city. So the quanta system, would generate smaller cargo hauling missions that are like,
Mm.
haul this load of cargo from Lorville to, this smaller city over here. And, it might be a small enough cargo capacity that it's like, oh, well, I don't need to do that in a Caterpillar. I can do that in a freelancer. In
Yeah,
fact, it's
yeah.
ideal to do it in a freelancer or something.
Makes sense.
And I think that's cool. Like that'll just add kind of color and flavor, and it won't be, you won't be limited to just hauling to kind of the same 3 or 4 destinations.
Maybe even on
Um,
wheels. Who knows?
yes, yeah. I'm not so sure that'll be a player thing, but possibly NPC generated for sure. Anyways, that was the other thing that jumped out of the SCL for me, and
Mm.
I'm sure there's probably more stuff in there that
It's a
I'm not remembering
promising
right now.
episode.
But
I'm so bummed that it pissed me
yeah,
off so
the
much.
the sound was so bad. Yeah,
And
yeah.
to be fair, before the show, we were listening
Oh,
live to IC, and the IC sound levels are not good either. And
they're
this
okay. They're
they're
better.
okay, but the people are not the same volume, which is kind of crazy to me because when you're listening to a podcast like ours, and if like we are just amateurs doing our funky thing, and if that's not okay, I get frustrated because someone did not listen, or fix in the next couple of episodes. But it's okay. We're just doing this for fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
If you're
But this is something
a
where they're being paid to do it,
yeah, if you're a 500 million company with 600 employed people, and
and
you're
all that
doing
money from subscribers that's supposed to go to exactly this.
you need to come on, guys, please, just please.
Step it up. Step it up.
And not working from home from the office is not an excuse because it's just not. This is not some crazy shit. Just levels, sound levels. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
just sound levels. Yeah, like I'm fine if people are just using headset mics
Oh,
and
I
they're
don't
not.
give a crap if the
Yeah,
dog
yeah,
jumps into their lap or they, how their background looks like, or that's
yeah.
fine. I understand that,
Just,
of course.
just make sure that the volume levels
Yeah,
are
that's
good.
all.
Anyways, we've ranted enough about
Yeah.
that for sure. I would say personally with SCL, try to find a summary video. I haven't found one yet because I haven't really been
Well,
looking.
we're
But
waiting for
that's what I would say.
Nubifier.
Apparently, oh,
Oh, he might
that's
be
kind of
what?
yeah. That could go into gossip. He's been locked. He can't post any videos.
What?
Yeah, because he's deployed now in Kuwait.
Oh, I know he was getting ready to get deployed, but he got
Yeah.
himself a nice laptop and he was doing a
Yep.
video and all that.
And
And
he was fully anticipating being able to post
yeah,
there, but because I guess because he's in Kuwait or something, YouTube has flagged his account and he can't get in contact with them. They made him do like two-factor authentication. He did it. There is a video on his channel about it. If you want information on that, but yeah,
we'll
from the
link that
sounds of
video,
things,
but and I'm gonna watch it
yeah,
for sure.
from the sounds of things, he's out until he can
Yeah,
figure
man.
it. He's doing these tweets to try to get traction so that somebody will notice and actually see that. But
If it
like
was
that's brutal.
Twitch, I would contact Twitch support because as a partner I have
Yeah.
that, right? But
And
on
apparently
YouTube
he
I can't
says
help him at all.
no, and he says he's tried everything. He's tried getting in contact with everybody and he can't get any traction on it. And it's frustrating, man. Like this is a soldier we're talking about, you know? Like it's
So
somebody who's deployed and who's using this as a way to kind of like to kind of like de-stress
oh,
and it's just a
sorry.
really bad look. It's a
Look.
really bad look.
I disagree with you. I don't care. I'm sorry. I am a very pacifistic person, and
Mhm.
my parents got married in Kuwait, and my grandparents they used to work. Like my grandpa used to work in some of these questionable territories
Yeah.
where it gets rough. And I'm sorry, but like if you're deployed as a soldier, not being able to post on YouTube,
Yeah. Okay, I can see where you're coming from there,
I'm sorry.
but it is not a good look
As
for an American company,
but
which
an American company has nothing to do with that, man.
yeah. Well,
It's
that's
not it's under there. Like you can't post you. I don't know. You can't use Facebook in China. You can be from where the fuck you want to be. It's just not a
yeah, but
thing, right?
he's got it. He's done everything that they've asked. He's proved, that he is who he is and he is where he is.
Okay.
And it's absolutely not like a local ISP thing that's
Oh, I see
blocking
what
them.
you're saying.
It's YouTube itself.
Well, you know what
Who's
else it could be because let's wait and hear his like
yeah, watch
the
his video.
online
He goes into a little bit
protection.
more detail.
The online protection in there might be rough for YouTube to. I don't know
No,
what it is. Anyways.
he addresses that a little bit too.
Okay,
Anyways,
okay, okay, fair.
so we can't get to
I hope
Nevofire's
it gets
summary
sorted
videos.
out. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Um
Okay.
and what was I gonna say? Right. Oh yeah. As for other summaries, I don't know. Hopefully Tomato or
Tomato, Super Mac Brother.
Super Mac Brothers. He usually does good
I
summaries.
mean,
Something
Board
like
does
that.
it as well.
Yeah, any of those guys.
Yeah.
Hopefully they do one for SCL because like the audio in SCL was awful.
I'll get on top of it. In the end, I'm gonna
Yeah.
watch it probably, but like,
Yeah.
Okay, that's news.
Next section we move on to is kind of like what we've been up to in game and just kind of stuff we've come across being around in the verse or if we've been doing other stuff. For me, this is funny. This is almost exactly what we talked about a few episodes ago, where like part of the issue with Star Citizen right now is that the player experiences are so drastically inconsistent and different.
Yep.
I know that I mean, I don't want to kind of like steal your thunder or whatever,
No,
but like
you can go for it.
I played a bunch this week because I decided I wanted to grind up some cash again. Kind of got the itch to play, and yeah, I've been like I since 3.12.1, my Talon is no longer doing that overheat bug, which it was doing before that. So I strapped two C788 explosive round cannons to the Talon, did a full kind of like stealth build with it, and it has been a really fun little murder machine. So I've just been like grinding bounties and that. Really fun. I like all the sounds in it. I've just been like kind of falling in love with it, which is unfortunate because I never planned on keeping this ship.
It's not unfortunate, man. That's the best part of it because when it's
No, well,
unexpected and it hits you, just give in, bro. Just
I
give in.
I
It's
want that
okay.
credit for something else, but
Ah,
it's gonna be hard for me to melt that ship now
don't.
because I've been having a really good time
And
in it.
as a matter of fact, you probably shouldn't melt that ship, right? Because buying something like that in game might be a struggle, right?
Yep, it's a spirit. It'll be trickier to get your hands
Yeah.
on.
And then you can
I
get whatever
know,
else you wanted.
I know, but it's it's $90 and it's yeah something I could kind of put towards like we were talking about earlier before the show, like
Crucible.
an endeavor or crucible.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah. Anyways, I've been having a great time with it, and it's been
By the time
really fun.
Endeavor and Crucible show up, you will forget about Talon, probably. To be
Yeah,
fair.
probably. Yeah. It is a really fun ship. So, anyways, I just grinded a bunch of bounties, been doing like a bunch of just PvE combat and having a good time again. Just there are times where flying around in space still feels pretty good. Like it feels pretty satisfying, even though I've kind of said that I feel like it's a little too easy to fly in Star Citizen, and I would like it to go a little bit more sim. Sometimes I'll just like pull off a maneuver with like that I'll just be like, oh, that was sweet. That
Yeah.
looked cool. And
Especially
that
if you're
kind of
using
felt good.
sticks or HOTAS or yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I'm using dual sticks and pedals, and sometimes I'll just like, I don't know, do a cool maneuver, and I'll be like, "Oh, that was cool. That felt
Mm,
good."
I agree.
So that's been my experience in game. However,
Mine,
Cheg's experience has
well,
been different.
it's been very different, but like there's two sides of it, which this what I wrote in there does not give it justice. So first of all, I played um the third wave of Xenotrat, um, and I loved it. We talked about this in the last episode, I think.
Yeah.
And then I decided I've been having issues with chip components big time and character components disappearing, and I decided to stop playing my main account and start playing my alt account and just play like that, whatever people call it, zero to hero, but yeah. And we talked about this as well last episode. So I only have Titan there, and I have Aurora, which I'm not even using. And just like you, I have 778 on the nose and two. I actually went with the two Gatling guns, whatever, and then because that was becoming kind of boring for me because I've been doing bounty hunting missions for a long time now, I decided to start using voice attack for the first time.
Right.
Which revitalized the whole game experience for me. It was actually a lot of, especially streaming it. The first day was rough because I used that Mars. I almost bought Nubifiers. He has his own.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, and it's like $5, and I'm sure it's better than a lot of because he plays the game. He knows exactly what you need. But
Yep.
I took Mars, which is like a basic one, and that is, and I'm not talking about like the voice or whatever. I'm not talking about that. That's fine. It's just the execution of commands is just like meh, and the way that things are voiced and whatnot. And I've decided to make my own.
Hmm.
So I've created everything. You don't really need a voice because if you're flying a Titan, the voice of Aegis is very good. Missile locked.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's very satisfying. Especially if you're doing combat missions.
I could see basically only needing a sound when it's something that you have to like make sure actually happened, because that's one of the things I've noticed watching people play with voice attack, especially with Quicksilver playing. It seems like a lot of times he's issuing a command and it doesn't happen on the first time.
Because voice
And
attack is very specific thing where first of like if you're native in English it will work better, but it's like Windows voice recognition.
mm,
And but there's another thing, like it recognizes a certain word if it's been said like alone on its own. So
mm,
let's say landing gear is a command. So if I say landing gear, this will not pick up. But if I say landing gear, you know what I mean? Like if there's a
mm,
like it needs to be the word. So if he says something like, if his command is request landing, but he says call for landing, he says call for landing, oh request landing, that will not be picked up because it has O in front of it.
Mm.
If that makes sense. Like it
Okay.
has to
Okay.
be
Okay. Okay.
just a word.
So you right. So you have to be more careful about
Exactly.
like
The
how
more
you're
you
saying
use it, the easier it becomes. Like I rarely get a misfire anymore.
right.
You can set like push to talk for this, like push to command, right? Some key, or
Yeah.
use a keyword that will activate every time. Let's say if you're using Mars, then whenever you say Mars or like execute this, whatever, then whatever. Anyways, it's a lot of fun, and more than ever, I really wanted HOTAS with that because it changes
Yeah.
everything. You can
Yeah.
focus on your controls, like flying. Unfortunately, I can't get it, but now more than ever, I really wanted it. So you can imagine, like with these two things, I was very excited to play.
Yeah.
More than usually. However, and I was very salty this episode, kind of. But this is not salt. I am okay with this. I am 100% okay with this, and I want people who listen to this to know that I'm not like being hateful towards the game or anything like that. When Free Flight came, um, I am getting like I got 530Ks in a single hour. In
That's
3 days,
crazy.
yeah, in 3 days I had over 30Ks. And mind it, even worse than everything is I had smooth, experience for the last month and a half. So it went from like 1 month with 330Ks to 3 days with 20 30Ks. So I
Which is
am,
crazy because like I played I don't know, 10 hours probably total and I had 130.
yeah. And some other people, this is exactly what we were talking about before. It's like personal experience really matters, and we need to be mindful of this, that if game is shit for us, that doesn't mean that it's like in a shit state currently, or the other way around.
Yeah.
And It's okay. I know some people who have your experience. I know some people who have my experience. It's not only me. That
Mhm.
was very important for me.
No, yeah, I've seen in chat like a lot of people saying that they're just having
Yeah,
like brutal disconnect
really,
issues.
yeah, really brutal. So what I decided, which surprised me because I'm not the person like that. I get frustrated and I keep doing it, and then I rage quit, and then tomorrow I do it again, and well, for the first time, I made a healthy decision, even though I really want to play it, to just not play until free
To the
flight
free
is over.
flies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I can't wait to start playing again.
I hope that fixes it because
I talked
yeah,
to some people about this, and they brought back 50 people, up from 40, and then
right.
there's a
Now that
lot of,
Xenothreat's gone.
yeah, and then um and they removed Xenothreat, and then I was like, what the fuck does it even matter, because it's on different servers, and server is 50 anyways. But then I was explained by someone who knows more about servers and whatnot that the strain on servers is higher no matter what. Like they are segregated, right? Is that a word?
Yep.
Or right? But
Means that means separated and
yeah, but at the same time, the load is the load is very high, like in total, that it still affects the performance resource. Now this here's another thing. This was happening first 2 days of free flight, and you are having your experience like fifth day of free flight or something, which
true. Yeah.
there's much less player playing out.
However, now that I'm thinking about well, there's still quite a few new
Sure,
players
sure,
because I
sure,
see
sure,
them all
sure,
in the
for
chat.
sure, yeah.
But it I yeah, you're right. Maybe it was just like completely overstrained in the first few days until
Mm.
people got frustrated and stopped coming back because that's what happens with Star Citizen,
Yeah.
as we've discussed. But like even now that I'm thinking about it, there's definitely times where like I'd get onto a server, everything would be going smooth, bounties would be spawning right away, the NPCs were responsive, and then even today, for example, I came on just before we started kind of like doing the pre-show and stuff,
Mm.
and it was like rough.
Dude,
Like it was like like taking upwards of a minute for bounties to
yeah, I
spawn.
had that as well,
Um,
dude, and I was so
so
disappointed because we were so
yeah,
happy about that happening instantly. Remember,
yeah.
with the new patch came.
So even for me, even though I haven't been having the 30Ks, my experience has definitely been
Mm.
varied now that I'm actually thinking about it.
Yeah. So I did play, obviously, and then I stopped. But that, I played some other games, which is okay. And
Yep. It's healthy.
I'm just gonna chill. And when this ends, here's the thing: I don't like, obviously. So for those who don't know, I full-time stream, and luckily I live in Serbia. So even if I make a couple $100 a month, I'm still good. I have my own apartment. I don't have to worry about that. And yeah, you if you're a full-time streamer, you want to grow your channel and whatnot. But I am not one of those streamers who is pushing, because free flight event is when you can actually get a lot of fresh eyes. We can see that in our videos. We can see on YouTube. We can see like my year and a half old video about um Sen and Retaliator. They get bumping views every time there's a free flight. It's crazy, like out of nowhere. Because people are researching more for Star Citizen, and we're better than Twitch, because let's face it, that's the most interesting platform for Twitch marketing, kind of, currently. So you can get more discovered during the free flight. I don't really care about that too much. So, which usually it would bother me, but this time I'm like, I'm just gonna make a break and then come back and enjoy, the game for myself with my own community, which is, I think it's okay. I'm not salty or like, it's fine. It's okay. But
it's just part of the game. It's part of the game.
True.
Sometimes, or part of this project right now. Sometimes it's like so frustrating and you can't actually play it. But
exactly.
yeah.
All right. I don't think I have to add anything else to, like, yeah. I did. Oh yeah, Arena Commander. So the last, this is how it happened, actually. So for 2 days, struggle nonstop with 30Ks, and I was like, I'm gonna go and play in Arena Commander. Like, I'm gonna go and play Pirates Form, see how far I can get with, like, Titan or whatever. And so Pirates Form is a multiplayer event. You can do it on your own, depending on the ship you have. Like in a Prowler, you can, if it's fitted properly and whatnot.
Need something to be able to kill a hammerhead at the end.
And survive. Yeah. Anyways, so I was doing it in a smaller ship just for fun, and I wanted to compare to, like, back in the days when I did it for the first time, when I was like 3-4 months in the game, and now that I actually do bounty hunting and all that. And it was going good until, like, I think there's 20 waves. At wave 5, no more spawns. I'm like,
really?
What the hell is happening?
Oh man, I haven't seen that.
Looking around, what the? So I started flying. I was like, maybe there's a ship somewhere that I cannot see, that I have to kill. And so
you know what? No, this has happened to me.
See? So what happened is I started, like, maniacally flying around, because it's actually a big area and you don't know where to look. And I screwed up and I ended up hitting into a fence, whatever, and exploding. And when I died, it showed the last Merlin next to the asteroid, as if it killed me, because the game probably was like,
right,
you know. And in the wave 1, before I started, my ship exploded immediately, like at the beginning, no ships, nothing, just poof. I was like, wait, what?
Like, oh my god, you run into the weirdest shit.
2 FRs, F2 FR66. Like, I cannot just die. I don't hit an asteroid or anything. Just boom. Anyways, that's fine. I like, at that point, I didn't care anymore. I was already triggered, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, I recognize where roughly it is, because I used to play this a lot. We used to unlock pirate ships for viewers. It was a thing.
Right. Yeah.
So I found that guy and I killed it. And then at wave, like, 9 or something, it stopped spawning again. Like, you know what? Fuck this game. And I actually out
brutal.
F4'd, like for the first time in a year and a half. Like it was actually an out F4. I was like, I'm done. Because you go to Arena Commander, really you don't expect, like, you can do a bad thing or
Arena
get
Commander's
rammed. Yeah, it works good.
Arena
right?
Commander is usually the solid one. It's
Yeah.
like if the PU is having issues, usually Arena Commander, like at least in the swarm modes, is like fine.
Well,
But,
yeah, that's okay. I am actually excited about playing because voice command and all that, voice attack and whatnot. So yeah,
I'm glad that they well, at least I haven't actually played Arena Commander since they've said this, but they said that they fixed the whole loadout bug thing, so you can actually change. It was I think it was 311 or 310 where you couldn't change the loadout on a.
Oh,
ship.
I did.
You were just stuck with whatever was
God,
on there.
no.
Yeah.
No, I did. I actually remember now. I was on my main account because I logged in. Oh my god, I logged in on my alt account to play with Titan, and I have 0 rec, of course. So I can't even change the loadout, and I don't have my Titan because that's bought in game, right? So it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna play Aurora.
Right. Lame.
So then I was like, sure, I'm gonna go to my main
That shouldn't be a thing, man.
I agree.
You should be able to.
Yeah, test your ships there, right?
Yeah. If you bought a ship in game, it should follow you over to Arena Commander.
Yeah. So then I went into my Hawk and I just, and then that's another shitty thing. Like, you rent these things for 3 days. Like, why? Like, you can't buy components for your Arena Commander ship. You rent for 3 days.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, come on, dude, seriously.
It is kind of stupid. What they were doing there when they introduced Rec was trying to make it so that people like would keep playing Arena Commander.
I know.
You had to like grind Arena Commander. Though the problem was, especially when they rolled it out, nobody was fucking playing. Yeah. So, like you couldn't grind Rec because you couldn't get into games because nobody was playing. Yeah, and then the whole 3-day thing is just stupid.
It just makes no sense. I commented that. I was like, why don't they change it now? Like, just
totally. You know what they should, if they really wanted to make it so it's like rental equipment and stuff like that, and they wanted to kind of like, push people to playing Arena Commander more regularly, they should have made it so that so it's like a season basically. Just have seasons where you reset, like, I don't know, every month.
Or every month,
patch or whatever. Anything like that would be better than the way it is right now.
Because I can tell you right now, I played it then, and if I had to go and rent everything, and you have to change one, you can't rent. So I fly Hawk, so I need 4 CF227s.
Yeah,
I have to rent each one one by one, and then there's latency and stuff. I would just be like, dude, fuck it, I'm not gonna do it.
Like, if you have an Aurora, like, and you want to like play around with some big, like, good luck getting the amount of rec you need to be able to like grind out to a point where you can rent other ships in Arena Commander.
No.
Like, that's not happening. And like, if I were somebody in that case who's like, all I have is the Aurora, how much does it cost me to rent another ship so I can play in Arena? Oh my god, Alt F4. Like,
yep. No, just not player friendly. That's what it is.
Yeah,
it's pointless.
Anyways,
it's good for learning how to fly, though.
Good for learning to fly. Good for learning to fight. But beyond that, it definitely needs some
revisiting
changes. Revisiting, if they want people to play it, which I think they should.
They should. Like, Arena Commander for sure.
Don't put a ton of resources into it or anything, but like,
But why?
Come on.
Because listen, Maso, if I'm not crazy, you boomers taught me one thing: Arena Commander is part of Persistent Universe when it comes out.
Yes.
So it's, you know what I mean? Like, for those who don't know what we're talking about, is you will be able to, it's like an arcade mode, right? Where you will sit into this whatever thing and it will take you into the Arena Commander, which will be equivalent to World of Warcraft's Battlegrounds, for example, right? We queue up for the BG and so it shouldn't be forgotten. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't think it should be forgotten, but also I don't think that they should like put an entire. That's all I'm
Sure.
saying. I just don't think they should put like an entire team onto it, you know, to like
Just
to
make it
modernize
work.
it because because I still think like even if they did that, I don't think that it would be. I don't think there would be enough people who who played it to make it worth that sort of developer effort. But right now, anyways, right now,
Right now, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Anything else you did this week?
Mm,
Oh shit, I did something else. I
Not
remember.
really. Besides that, I saw Zinyan do something that I never thought of doing before, and that
What?
is changing two of the size 2 guns on the nose of the Vanguard to distortion. Makes a ton of sense. Why haven't I been doing that?
Wait,
You
you
know, because
can?
you're not. Yeah, yeah. You don't have to change all 4 at the same time. So he's running 2 as repeaters and 2 as or no, he's running 2 as cannons, which I'd probably go
On
repeaters
Vanguard, the
on the
special
Vanguard.
ones.
Yeah.
I did
There's
not even
distortion.
know they're distortion ones.
Yeah, there's distortion cannon versions and distortion repeater versions.
Oh
Um
shit, I had no clue.
yeah, and I think that's why did I never think about that before? Throwing two distortion guns
Yeah,
into
these
that
are
mix
size
doesn't.
2, so
Yeah, it doesn't lower your damage too much, and it just just helps you strip those shields down way
especially if you're
faster.
using non-gimbaled version of the main gun,
Yes.
that's not really big because that's like five or six? Six.
5.
Five.
No, it's size 5. Yep.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Yes.
You know
Yep.
what I did? I did um investigation missions. Oh, and I started every day with Paul Shelley's magnificent selling to Reclamation Orient drug run.
Hmm.
Mr. Paul Shelley, have you tried this lately? Because every time I made like 800 Alpha UEC, and
Hmm.
it's definitely not worth flying from for a new player, flying from Crusader with illegal shit to to Reclamation Orient. And I did like 5 times just to make sure. It's just
You were doing it with the slam that he said to
yep.
try or
Yeah,
something?
I
Oh,
tried. There's
interesting.
Slam and Neon. I bought both. It doesn't matter. It's like
Hmm.
super, like there's no income. And there, so I discovered some bugs. For example, if you buy 2 SCU in um, what's the name? Titan. Not only that you cannot go through the ramp because it automatically fills in the last 2 spots, but
Oh, yeah.
also it
Interesting.
bugs your ramp, and the ramp cannot close and open anymore. So yeah,
Weird.
that's new. Yeah, because they're
Huh.
like a little bit out, whatever. Um,
Yeah.
and then
I don't know. He said he's gonna update his smuggler guide. Maybe
he
he'll
was
touch
so
on that.
excited about making a new video, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
let me see this because I like that.
I haven't really done smuggling, to be honest.
Yeah, this is not
Tried a
working.
couple times, but
Um,
I just get so frustrated
if you have
with
to
the
wait,
low cell caps. Yeah,
yeah,
like I
but you
just
have
don't
to
have
be
the
smart
patience
about.
for that.
If you know how much they're buying, you're good. But yeah, I know I got
Yeah.
stuck with like Mustang full of drugs and whatever.
Yeah.
The other thing that I did is I went and did some investigation missions again, and I finally got the mission with the NPCs like pirates in Starfarer, like FPS, and it was
Right.
actually good. It was scary and it was good. Uh, However, the reason I do these missions, they pay like some whatever, but then there's a lot of. I found an Andromeda in like open space, and Maso there was like 30 boxes around it, and I used my little uh
Track beam.
factory beam, and I was pulling. You have to find crew members as well. I was
Yeah.
pulling crew members in the chat, and then I would send them away so I know I used that one. It was a lot of fun, and then I filled my
That's a good
little.
idea, actually.
Yeah, and I filled my little ship with like full, like there was probably 20 boxes, and I did not even pick up the empty ones. They have like yellow
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
blue ones, and I did not pick up the. Okay, because I'm not native English, and my English, my brain sometimes doesn't work properly. But the poop one, waste.
Oh yeah,
So I
yeah,
did not
yeah,
pick up
yeah.
waste, and I did not pick
Don't
up
put
the
up
empty
the
ones. So only
poop
like
box.
minerals, gases,
Yeah.
you know, and stuff like that, herbs or whatever. There were no drugs, okay? And I was like, okay, I think like the penguin was full of these little boxes, and I was so excited. I was like, this might make like 500-600 alpha UEC. I know these don't give much, right? But I was like, this is fun for me, and if I make like about 1,000 on top of
How
the
much did you
mission,
make? How much did you make? I want to know.
70.
70 grand?
70 alpha UEC.
Oh, fuck.
And I managed to sell all of the boxes as well. So the boxes were like from 3 to like the most expensive one was like 18 alpha UEC.
Well, that's pretty bullshit.
That's bullshit, dude. And I've spent an hour?
I was hoping you were gonna say you got 70 grand off of that.
Yeah,
because,
I wish there would be a new YouTube video instantly, dude.
Oh, totally. Well, that'd be awesome
It
because
would
it's like
be
now
awesome.
we don't have salvage, but that would be like
That's what I said. That's salvage. It's kind of,
it's
of
kind
course.
of salvage, right? Like it gives you that salvager feel, anyways, because you're
Yeah.
like, oh, look, a wreck. Oh,
You're
let's go see what's
scavenging.
in it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like,
yeah. Well, don't
but,
do it. It's a waste of time.
Well, that sucks. I hope they change that.
This is so sad for me because I love that. I used to do that before, and I love the delivery missions, and both of these things are an absolute utter shit right now in the game. Like delivery missions are the worst ever. Half an hour for 8,000 for potentially boxes dropping through the ship and whatnot.
I wonder if they're doing that. Like they flat out said that they tweak mission rewards when they want people to go do different stuff.
Yeah, they do it for sure.
So clearly right now
they want
combat.
bounty hunting.
Yeah.
But it's sad, man, because for a new player, really delivering those boxes to new Babbage rooftops was, oh my god.
Yeah.
It was so good.
I'm just kind of the opinion that like more is better, but I get that they're trying to focus testing.
Well, why did you turn off the basic
variety,
mission?
man?
Like the boxes, the good boxing mission should always be in the game. I'm sorry, but that's the new player experience.
Yeah, that's how they're learning to fly and stuff. So you might as well make it worth their time.
Okay, we're done.
Yeah.
I mean, I did stop playing and streaming, but we did play a lot this week, more than ever. I think we talked about this, so yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, now a touchy topic.
Next topic. This is gonna be maybe heated.
So we talked about this. Me and Maso talked about this like 1.5 times already. And we're not sure if we want to bring it up or not. So Star Citizen, I'm not gonna go with like percentage or anything like that, but a lot of people backed Star Citizen for an MMO.
Yeah,
and
like
also,
a traditional sense of the MMO, where it's like thousands of people potentially.
World of Warcraft, like Final Fantasy 14, EVE Online, whatever. And then a lot of people also for Squadron 42 for sure. But we're not talking about Squadron 42 part now. It doesn't matter. So currently, we live in an era where MMO games are dying. I think that's undeniable.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement. I mean, you look at the player counts on World of Warcraft.
Everything.
There's still quite a few people who are playing these games, but nowhere close to when they were at their peak.
For sure. And World of Warcraft might be one of the reasons why it's like that. And when was the last time a good MMO came out?
I mean, I think Star Wars was good, but it was just a WoW clone, and it ultimately wasn't as good.
Let's say Star Wars is good. Star Wars, the Old Republic.
Yeah. But like,
2011
is when it was released. Oh yeah. It was a long time ago.
No new MMOs came. Like
Final Fantasy
is always fuck.
Latest one.
Elder Scrolls Online is like 7 years, 8 maybe. there's nothing that is coming. Like now, 2 games are coming out, which is New World and shite. I will remember. Like 2 traditional MMOs. However, we are seeing a huge influx of the new version of massive multiplayer games. Because these are actually like MMORPG, right? That's the traditional name for it. The traditional
Yes.
MMO.
Yeah.
However, that's not the only MMO game. World of Warships is an MMO. Fortnite is definitely an MMO, like massively
Yeah.
multiplayer online
Yeah.
game. But for us who are stuck in this traditional MMO genre, we are not getting anything. And the only games that are
Well, sorry, can we drill down on that a little bit? Like, okay, why Fortnite is an MMO, or we would call it an MMO because there's just a lot of people playing
playing,
online,
yeah,
but they're not in the same servers or in the same concurrent
yeah, yeah, yeah.
game stuff like that. And yet, that is what people think of, with or that is what a lot of people, even developers, are calling MMOs these days. Um,
For sure.
yeah, so like Fallout 76, for example, that's been called an MMO.
Okay, so that's where so lately we're getting fed. The only thing that slightly caters to our lust for for the traditional MMO is games like Destiny 2, Fallout 76, Red Dead Online, GTA Online. Depending on what you like, obviously, but it's the same system
Yeah.
of a game where what's the name? It's very popular, and they even mention it on in Star Citizen when we were talking about like painting ships. Oh crap!
Elite Dangerous?
No, no, no. Anyways, whatever. I'll remember. Um, so it's still in beta. It's like the game that is in beta forever, but everyone loves it. It's like an FPS, third person kind of FPS almost in space.
You're not
It's
talking
free.
about Dual Universe.
No, no, no. It's
No,
completely
it's free.
free, and then you have like visual microtransactions. Oh man, it's
Oh
super
man,
popular.
I'm drawing a blank here.
Never mind, never mind. I'll remember.
Okay.
And you know about the game as well. It's very, very popular.
I'm sure I
But yeah.
probably do, yeah.
Anyways, so the way these games are working is, and I will just explain so that we can get into the topic before we start like talking about it. But basically, you have an ability to play with your friends in an open world surrounded by X amount of players on much smaller scale than a traditional MMO, which is usually 150 to 100 players per server. And some games will allow you to have a private server where you will not have like that much of a random encounters with other people. So this is what Maso said, like Fallout 76 technically is an MMO because it's an MMO that I can call myself an MMO boomer for I've been playing MMOs for my whole life, and it's my favorite genre. But we don't even want to call this an MMO. Like, let's be fair. If you
because
are,
it's more fragmented than
true. There's so many reasons, right? It just
MMOs.
It doesn't feel like the world is there because you jump from server to server. It doesn't feel like you're living on this server with other people.
Yeah.
It changes so much. However, it's much easier to maintain in terms of pricing of the servers and whatnot. It's very good model for subscription, season pass, and other monetization options. And it's very popular and it works. It works. When you look at the numbers of these games, they are smashing. Like they are through the roof. So, you like about 10 days ago was the first time that I realized that Star Citizen currently is that kind of a game. It never crossed my mind before. Like when a year and a half ago, when I started like, diving into Star Citizen, for me, Star Citizen was only a traditional style MMO, which I was a little bit skeptical because it's kind of dying genre. But I don't care. Like that's what I'm in for. That's what I love. I ignored all of these games that we were talking about, like the the
Yeah.
quotation
Quote
MMOs.
MMOs.
Yeah.
Yeah, quotation MMOs. Oh, let's just call them that from now on.
Yeah.
Quote
and
MMOs.
and then I figured out, holy crap, we have 50 people, 40, 50 people per server. We can jump the servers. All the servers are connected when it comes to economy. Holy shit. Star Citizen is right now Fallout 76, Red Dead Online, whatever we're going. And then it crossed my mind, oh man, 90% of the player base will, not player base, sorry, population will be NPCs. And I kind of felt like, oh my god, is this what Star Citizen is actually going to be with a little bit more player base? Like, per
Right.
server, maybe 200 or
like,
something.
To put a title on this topic, is Star Citizen going to be an MMO or
Traditional,
a
yeah.
quote MMO?
Yeah. It's so
Like,
hard.
let's say is Star Citizen going to be an MMO as pitched? Because like that's what's been pitched, is one of the more traditional MMOs, where it is, excuse me, one large game world, obviously divided up into fragments and stuff like that with server meshing and stuff. Is Star Citizen going to end up like that, or is it going to end up kind of closer to what we have right now, which is a quote MMO? And this is where our opinions differ, because we
both want it to be a traditional MMO. That's the first thing.
Sure.
Like, we 100% want Star Citizen to, and hope for Star Citizen to be a traditional MMO. Just had to add that, because yeah.
But I think they're still going full steam ahead for that model, and I think that they may even succeed at it, without having to kind of water it down, so to speak, into a quote MMO, where it is like smaller servers sharded closer to something like you'd see in Fallout 76, I don't know, Anthem, even those styles of games, where it's not,
it's like
it's not
session kind
seamless.
of. I don't even know.
Yeah.
So okay, go for
I
it,
think that they're going to, and that's because, like, at least and this is where we butt heads, because ultimately at some point we have to take the developers at their word when they say that they're working really hard to make this possible. And to be clear, I'm not saying I don't agree with you that there are issues with the direction they're going with respect to funding and the long-term viability of that model. If server costs are as high as they end up being, but I still think that that's where they're going to end up. I don't think that they're going to water it down to and keep things the way they are right now, because they've said that they basically, and this is where it kind of becomes, I don't know.
That's a rough part. What did they say?
Opinion, yeah.
Because we don't know what it's so what they said could be interpreted.
We do know what they said.
No, but it can be interpreted in both ways. That's what I'm saying. It does not necessarily say that it's going to be a traditional MMO.
I really no, but it does say that they want it to be a living, breathing universe with thousands, or actually, I can't remember if they say thousands everywhere, but
doesn't matter. Yeah, let's say they did.
Let's say they did, with thousands of players, kind of in the same kind of consistent, persistent universe.
Sure.
That is affected by NPCs, players, etc. And I basically, at this point, I'm taking them at their word. But I realize
that would be true either way. That's my problem. That's my problem. Because right now I'm playing Red Dead Online a lot, and I'm not a huge fan of cowboys, but the game is fun except for the cheaters. And I do, with the 20, 30 people per server, the map is relatively big. I feel like I'm playing an MMO. Like I'm meeting other people. We are living in the same world, no matter which server I am. We're doing the same stuff. There's like, yeah. So it kind of feels like an MMO, which beats me to say. I don't want to say this, but it does give me that feeling. Here's the problem. When I played beta of World of Warcraft, and I played beta of Guild Wars 2, and I watched a lot of people playing beta of New World.
Yeah.
And all these MMOs, traditional MMOs, in their betas were MMOs. They did not limit player base. Ever. Why are we limiting player base?
I'll give this one to you because you clearly know what I'm going to respond to that, and that is basically that that the amount of data that needs to be transferred for a first-person, high, like fast-paced style game like we have with Star Citizen requires a lot of server resources to maintain.
But the New World is the same engine, is the same.
Yeah, but not even close to the same, like to the precision that you need when you want a more realistic. I'm going to use the word realistic, but it's not the right word. Game. Like it works with New World because New World plays, at least in part, like a more traditional MMO. Not quite the same, but similar.
What do you mean, New World? New World is 100% the traditional MMO.
Well, I mean, it's a little like, for example, like when you're playing as a sniper in New World, you do actually have to try to hit people with your gun, like aim and shoot.
Oh, but you have that in Guild Wars as well. It's not top target. It's not top target in Elder Scrolls Online as well. It's not a top targeting MMO, but it's a traditional MMO.
Yeah,
that's been a thing for a long time. That's the thing. And then think about this: when World of Warcraft was coming out 17 years ago, almost. Holy shit!
Yeah,
their tech was through the roof, man.
Yeah,
when I played beta of Star Wars Online. That was not charted either. Like, no MMO. No, it wasn't. Like, yeah, you had like 3 or 4 servers or something like that, but it was not limited to like 50 people, 100 people.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's actually up in the top left corner. You can see the instance that you're in. You can see how many people are in that instance. So, like, if you were in Star Wars, it's the same thing in WoW too. Actually, like when you're in different instances. But in Star Wars specifically, like if you're on Imperial Fleet, there's only ever like 150 people on Imperial Fleet, even if there's 1,000 people.
That's now Imperial, because they implemented server sharding, just like World of Warcraft. But when they started, like, there was not a thing. They were all, World of Warcraft had 8,000 or 16,000 people per server, and that's it.
Okay.
And to this day, they actually lowered the number, but now they have that server sharding thingy, whatever. I mean,
right, with different instancing and stuff like that. But like you can like now, at least, I don't know how it wasn't beta, but in now at least, like if you are in Imperial Fleet 141 or whatever, and your buddy, like your buddy is in Imperial Fleet 246, like you can just jump between them jump between those shards.
And is that okay?
Yes, because the player numbers there are like high, but also it just it still is immersion breaking though, when you're like, like I've had this happen where it's like, oh, my buddy's online. I want to go trade him this thing that I picked up that I think his character could use or whatever. And you walk to the same place where he says he is, I'm around the auction houses or whatever. And you're there and you're like, where are you? Fuck,
so that's what's happened to World of Warcraft at some points, where people just start disappearing.
Yeah.
right? When you change the zone, you're at the gate of Stormwind. There's someone there. You both run into Stormwind, and one person zones out.
Yeah.
He's on a
Yeah.
different server.
Yeah.
Why is that so much better than actually joining the same server on RDO and then changing the server when you need to? If the server changes like super quick.
I'm not saying it's necessarily bad. It's just
Well, you are to a point where you're like, if this is how it works, I don't know if I'm interested anymore, right? Or not as much. But the reality is that there is no more MMOs. Not even the big. Now that we talk about this, we didn't even talk about it this way. But even the giants of MMO, such as World of Warcraft, did this technically.
yes. But the technology that they've been pitching for Star Citizen is supposed to enable the ability to get around that, essentially. And
I think, and I could be wrong, of course, but I think server meshing in its final form will be server sharding for World of Warcraft. That's what it is.
I hope it doesn't end up that way. Yeah, and it's funny because like last time we discussed this, we discussed it off air, and we
Yep.
had such a heated discussion. But now,
Not true,
that,
but we also
I guess,
both know what we're thinking. Kind of, it's that's
well,
also a difference, and it's
I guess
live.
now when you're like, would it be so bad? Would it be so bad if things ended up sharded, and you might occasionally end up in a situation where, like, oh, I'm around Orison right now. Where are you? Oh, I'm around Orison as well. Ah, shit, we're on different server shards.
Yep.
Let me just switch.
And that's the reality of Elder Scrolls Online, World of Warcraft,
Yeah.
which are traditional MMOs.
And like at first when you suggested that, I was like, absolutely not. I don't want that. You know what I mean?
And I don't want it either.
But now that
Don't
I'm
get me
thinking
wrong.
about that, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of like, you know what? Maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing. But like, my God, we have to have more than 50 people. Like because 50 people right now, especially if it's like 50 people in all of a solar system, it's way too little. Way too little
I
for
don't
the
have
game
enough
to feel
information, but I think Elite Dangerous works like that. Well, so they have their solo
charting.
play, and then they have like the open play where you have a chance to encounter our player, but in reality, and this is I picked this off slightly from Obsidian Ant's video, where I did not pay enough attention, but I think he said that actually when he was doing something like the future, like the upcoming MMOs or whatever in space. So he was talking about our game, about Star Citizen, and which he respects and loves, but he's a huge Elite Dangerous content creator, and he
Yeah.
was like, but in reality, ED is even worse. After he said that there's 50 players on server for Star Citizen, and I was shocked. I thought because EVE Online, the master MMO, everyone's on the same fucking server, man. Like there's no fucking sharding. But on the other hand,
but they do time dilation.
They
and
do,
it's not
and their ships like are
FPS.
it's almost like flying JPEGs. Not really, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
It looks amazing, but it's on a backdrop, and so. And then they have their in Eve, everyone's on the same server, but like if you jump through the gates, these gates are like little servers on their own. So there's never like, but then they had like these massive battles now where everyone's in the same system, and yeah, their servers turn into molten lava, but everyone's there.
Yeah. Well, and ultimately, and this is kind of one of the things that we ended up getting pretty fired up about last time we were talking about this was that ultimately EVE Online is running very, very legacy network tech.
True.
Because it's an old game, and that's kind of
they
like where
upgrade that for sure, but
that's where I took an issue with you saying things like Fallout 76 or RDO are MMOs and are the future of MMOs, because again, like from a programming perspective or development perspective, at least as far as I understand it from my friends who do this, a game has to be built with a certain amount of netcode in it to enable it to even perform in anything other than a small multiplayer environment. Um, and that's where I took issue with kind of drawing the equivalence between where Star Citizen claims to be going with server meshing and stuff like that, and a game like Fallout 76 and stuff like that, which very clearly was built with a net code in it that allowed more of a, I would say, traditional multiplayer module
Wait,
in
Fallout
mind.
76?
Yeah, insofar as you're like running an instance on a server and a certain amount of people up to a cap can join that server and play on that server.
Sure.
What I mean, as
The-
opposed to like
Listen,
an
I
you know,
agree. It's probably different like approach to development, but the feel
Yeah.
for a player is the same. There's 50 of us in that world. That's it. You know what I mean? Like if it's the same in Elite Dangerous that was made fully as an MMO, I don't see the difference there. Like only
if they manage to make it feel,
well,
you know, like a traditional
don't.
MMO, then
The problem is the
then I-
traditional MMO doesn't feel like a traditional MMO anymore. That's the problem. And they almost feel the same. And then why even, you know,
yeah,
whatever.
why even build out
Yeah.
the tech to enable for thousands of players if those thousands of players are basically going to go off and do their own thing or play with small
or
groups
yeah,
of
or
people
even feel
instead.
the same as if they, you know,
Yeah, and
it's
get
all
the
in our
same kind
heads.
of
Like
experience
it's
as
and I
opposed
hate all this. Don't get me wrong. I
yeah.
want my
Well,
old good old experience, but
Well, totally, because like if you think about it, like it's one of the things that WoW has been constantly chasing after, like since their glory days, is getting people to want to play together and to actually like form groups and guilds and put together these big raids and stuff like that. But but instead
actually,
nobody wants to do that anymore. Sorry?
actually, whenever we tried to, I'm a PP player, so whenever we
Yeah.
tried to organize an open world PP with Horde, I'm an Alliance player.
Yeah.
The server would explode, and we would be teleport. This happened. I have videos of this.
How long ago was that?
It was long. Now it's even worse.
Yeah. Really? Because
Yeah.
like
So it went to a point where, oh my
40
god.
on 40 on 40 like battlegrounds.
Yeah, but that's instanced. And 40 on 40 Alter Quelly is a shit show for the last couple of years. Like the frame rates are crap. That's the server
Really?
cannot. Yeah. So then listen to this. So then they added server meshing basically, where people would, and then people start disappearing from each other in the middle
Right.
of combat. So
Dude,
then
you can't do that in
Uh-huh.
PvP.
then they decided to you know how before, I don't know how much you played World of Warcraft, but you did play some.
A
You
lot.
could choose PvE or PvP server, right? You remember that?
Yep.
That's not a thing for the last couple of years. Now every server is the same, but if you are in the capital city, you change yourself to a PvE or PvP player, which means if you're a PvP player, you will be seeing other PvP players. If you're a PvE player, you cannot be attacked by another player. You're just like in a different instance. So that led to a point where and then they had to like push people into doing this by quest, like kill 100 Horde players, for example, and then we would go in front of their city. This was the last expansion, and it would break like you see one frame every like 10 seconds.
I never remember it being that bad, and we
It's
had like
so bad. Like
remember
it's not me. Like on
being
best
in
streams.
some of the capital cities when there's like a big raid of like the opposite faction. I played both sides, so
That's
know where it
not
was,
even
but-
possible anymore. Like because of
Wow.
how lag it is, and it's not like user performance.
yeah, it's
On the
not
best
like
stream
it's not like a computer. It's
No,
like
no.
the
The server
network
just
itself is
won't
failing.
explode. Yeah, exactly. And
maybe it's exactly what we kind of like had an issue with respect to this. Was like, in order to have the servers to kind of support that style of gameplay, even on a game like WoW, are just too much money for how many people are playing now, and they've kind of like dialed it back since their player numbers have decreased.
I don't know.
And
but if Blizzard cannot solve it, Activision Blizzard.
well,
Holy
but Blizzard
shit.
Activision is also notorious for being penny pinchers. You know what I mean? So like, So I could absolutely see them being like,
Sure.
well, you know, WoW's not making us that much money, so we're just gonna like not spend as much on the server architecture, and you'll probably notice. And if they do, well, fuck them, because we're Blizzard.
No, they're trying. They were changing things. They were openly trying and explaining what they're doing with servers, and like these are all like iterations of them trying to bring back the. Because if you think about like when World of Warcraft came out, it was 3x4 ratio. It was very low poly. If you remember the old models and everything, and even then it was struggling from. But you could have like a raid in Orgrimmar, trying to kill Troll. But
Yeah.
and then it was okay again when Cataclysm came and they refurbished the world after that thing destroyed
Yep.
it and whatever. And
Yep.
then as the game like gets higher quality, it all goes to shit. It's yeah.
So maybe it's just that there's too much dance, and I mean, this kind of goes down the path that I don't want to go with Star Citizen, which is that like,
Subscription,
yeah, like the
ongoing
server
costs.
costs, the server costs to run what they want to do, what they've pitched, could end up being too high for them to maintain it without either altering the way that the game is, i.e., putting it into more of an instanced and sharded um, kind of a layout, or by altering the funding model in such a way that they can increase the amount of money they bring in order to support
Hey,
the network architecture.
World of Warcraft
But
brought in the mountain store, now transmogging store. What did like they have subscription, and it's probably not
uh,
enough for them to make money, dude. No, I wouldn't be
oh
surprised, bro.
no
Dude, do you
way,
know?
no way! This is Blizzard, man. They're the
Listen.
kings of
Hear me
making
out. Hear
money.
me out. Well, their number one moneymaker is Bejeweled or whatever the fuck. Their second highest moneymaker is Hearthstone. And World of Warcraft is nowhere near. They do yearly shit as well. They have to. Just like Star
Yeah.
Citizen does. World of Warcraft is trash for making money. They're literally digging out with fucking microtransactions because that's what you're
Sure,
saying.
but to say that they're not making money, I just don't believe.
No, they
You
are,
know?
but what I'm saying, they had to subscription was not enough. They
Well, I
had
think
to
it is
add
enough. I think, but again,
micro.
this is where my different opinion is just
Sure,
that they're
it doesn't
greedy
matter.
and they're going to try to
But they are
increase
greedy,
revenue
especially Activision. Yeah.
because it's Blizzard Activision. You know what
But
I mean?
still, you
So
cannot deny, like, these are numbers where you cannot deny that every other game that I made, even the fucking Overwatch, is making more money than their MMO, and that's an issue. And it's the most popular MMO in the world.
yes, yeah,
Annually, World of Warcraft is making less than any other of their franchises, except for maybe Diablo. Diablo is the worst, but there's no,
but
Diablo is one time buy.
okay, I will say though, like as of August 4th, 2020, according to this article here, World of Warcraft was driving a lot of Blizzard's
Yeah, new
uh
expansion came out.
yeah,
Let's
exactly.
wait for the next update. And it was very hyped expansion, and it turned out not to be that good. I stopped playing.
Increased sequentially, shelter, blah, 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 blah. Shadowlands, yep. Enthusiastic response from players, public testing, pre-sales accelerating even further, fourth quarter. Um, yeah. So like it's still relevant for them,
Oh, it's
apparently.
relevant, but
Because
it's
they
not.
said that
They don't have only subscription anymore. They added things that they said
sure.
they would never add. Like now,
Oh yeah, microtransactions. Yeah.
you can buy
But
transmogrifiable
yeah.
sets.
But I guess um my point I'm trying to get at is that
You said you're afraid that the server cost might be too high, and that's what that my
yeah.
response to that is.
But
Yeah,
Blizzard isn't doing, again, like Blizzard isn't doing that because they're, and I'm sorry for people who are watching this. This wasn't supposed to be a World of Warcraft
sure.
show,
It doesn't matter. It's like
it
the
does
cost
have
of storage.
relevance to where Star Citizen could end up here.
Yeah.
But at any rate, basically what I'm saying is I don't believe that they're increasing microtransactions and stuff like that because they aren't making enough money off of subscriptions to sustain the game. It's just that they're trying to milk every fucking drop out of that game.
But
Um,
there is a line where they are even probably scared of crossing with like transport. I don't know. I've been in that game until like 6 months ago for 16 years, so I
but
don't know.
here's something that we didn't really talk about last time we talked about whether or not Star Citizen will be able to monetize properly in order to be a true MMO as they're like as they're projecting or saying that they want to be, and that is that I wouldn't be surprised if they had some sort of deal with Amazon Web
They
Services
do
that's giving them a deal
AVS
on
servers,
their
right?
costs. So so if they can pull this off technologically, which I think they can, or at least
You
we are
hope.
led to believe that they can,
Yeah.
because they so far have seemed pretty confident that server meshing would actually be able to bring the game to that level. Then it is possible that they are able to run it on their projected kind of monetization models if they are getting some sort of discount for Amazon Web Services. But
There's an issue with that as well, because AVS. So we know that they had a deal where obviously there's some transactions on the side with them, but like there was a trade between Amazon and CIG, where CIG gives and develops for both games their engine for New World,
yeah,
and Amazon provides AVS servers for Star Citizen. However,
okay. But they are still paying for it because we can
for
see their
sure,
server costs.
yeah. I mean, I
Um,
don't know that for sure. And I don't even think they're using AVS yet. So maybe now they're paying server costs for whatever the fuck they're using. And
Maybe.
right, we don't know this obviously. It's just
No.
right. But things in Amazon when it comes to their gaming development are not doing good. Like I don't know
No.
if you're
Yeah, no.
following New World. It was postponed, which is not that big of a deal. But there's been some rough news coming from that studio.
I've heard,
And
yeah, a
Amazon
little
is
bit anyways.
known for ditching shit. Like just like straight out like, okay, it's not profitable, there's a lot of drama, bye. Which is one of the reasons why I'm afraid that Twitch might disappear overnight. But that's
Yeah.
another thing. So God forbid they cancel New World. What happens to Star Citizen?
I don't know. I think it's I don't really think like
Or New
I
World
don't think that would have
fails.
an effect. So
Oh my
what
god,
if
I'm
New World
afraid that it would have
fails?
so much effect.
Why?
Because AVS servers are so fucking expensive.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like basically they this it I guarantee you that if they drew up a contract with Amazon about the use of their engine, there is no clause in there that says if New World sucks and dies, you guys have to pay full price for your servers.
Even if the engine is the reason for that? Wouldn't that mean that your engine failed?
Doesn't matter.
Well, I hope so.
Well, it doesn't matter to Amazon, or it wouldn't matter from a legal perspective, anyways, because you'd have already engaged, you'd have already basically signed the contract that says, yeah, sure, you can use our engine that we've been working on for years in exchange for AWS. Period. Done. Now, at that point, whatever happens with your game, that's on you. If it fails because the engine was wrong, that's not our fault. That's yours. We still get our end of the deal because it's in a contract.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I'm not good with contracts and shit. So, but this is what goes through my potato mind. Like, oh my god, please don't fail.
Yeah. But
Because that
but
scares
I
me.
think I do think that after thinking about this a little bit more and letting it kind of percolate, I do think that there are bigger issues as to whether or not Star Citizen can actually pull off being the MMO they pitched, and it does come down to whether or not they can get the tech to work properly, which they've been working hard on for God knows how long now, and seems to keep getting booted down the road. Um,
And one
and
of the
and then
main
on
reasons
top of it,
that's pulling it back,
it
right? If not the
sorry,
main reason. And one of, if not the main reason that is dragging the whole project back, kind of.
Yeah, yeah, really. Like, I mean, ultimately, they say that it's it's because they require these other pillars. Um, like they needed object container streaming, server side object container
Mm,
streaming, iCache / persistent streaming, whatever they're calling it now. Fair enough. Okay, so we're getting to a point where those are ready, but there's still a question mark over server meshing. I believe that they can pull it off because so far they've been, adamant about it working, but ultimately we don't know. And that could really end up throwing a wrench into the gears when it comes time to actually try to pan this out into a more complete game. If server meshing doesn't work, no, we won't get Star Citizen as pitched. It probably will be some sort of sharded version. And then on top of that, even if the tech does work, then it is possible that the ridiculous costs
mm,
of running the servers, even potentially with that discount, are too much for the player base, and it requires some sort of a rework of either the funding model or the tech.
mm,
Those are things that could happen. I can't deny that those aren't possibilities. I hope they're not, because if they water it down too much, like I said offline when we were talking about this, if they water it down too much, I'm out. I've had a good time. It's been a good run, but this isn't what I wanted out of Star Citizen, and and it's possible that if it is too watered down, that I don't want to play it anymore.
sure.
I hope that's not the case. Um,
I'm gonna close my
I
end of this story
sure.
with saying this. I am of the same opinion, except for I wouldn't give up, which I asked you as well. Like, give it a try, because I'm surprised
Yeah.
with RDO, for example. And my personal fear is that they were telling us something that we read as a traditional MMO,
Yeah.
but could also be true. It's like a small text under, the price or whatever. It could also be interpreted as an MMO under quotation.
Oh, and
Um,
and like, let's be honest here. They would absolutely try to pull something like that if it turned out
sure.
that for either
So they have
financial
like
or
a
technical
plan,
reasons.
backup plan, right? They're safe because it's almost the same shit. You can
I'm not sure.
hide
I'd have
behind
to
it.
actually go back. I'd actually have to go back and look at it, but like absolutely they would backpedal on that. But in a way, I honestly can't even blame them, because they kind of would
I'm
have to. You know what I
so,
mean?
so
Like,
I'm not saying this is wrong or right. I just woke up with this feeling a few days ago. You said you thought about this before. I never did. That like it's technically an option, and that made me think. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but knowing I'm a very emotional person, and it's important for me to understand that this might be an option, because then I'm gonna be less disappointed. Like right now, it's already hitting me hard, but like, okay, this might be, and this was my original idea. Should we talk about this so that maybe this opens eyes to others like me who never even thought about this being an option? But when you think about it, I don't think anyone can deny that potentially it could happen.
yes.
So be ready for that. It wouldn't be the first.
Yeah.
Like if they deliver the tech and it's the
And
best fucking MMO in the world, it wouldn't be the
I want to
first time they're
interrupt.
wizards. So I'm,
Yeah.
I'm done, right? And if they change it to what I'm talking about, it wouldn't be the first time that we expected something but got something else.
Yes. And then they tried to kind of like even spin it as like, oh, this is what we meant all
All
along.
along, yeah.
Okay. No, what I was going to interrupt just to say was like, and if anybody's listening to this and immediately just like, picking up pitchforks and torches when you hear us basically say that it might not be possible for Star Citizen to actually be the MMO that we think we're getting, I understand, because it was the same way when Chegg first proposed this to me last week. Like we had like, I don't even know how long we argued, but like
2
almost
hours at
yelling at
least.
each other
Yeah. And it's all the
about it, because
passion.
I had the same reaction of just like, absolutely not.
Dude,
Like,
I didn't want to get up that day out of my bed. I was laying in a bed thinking about this and I was like, oh no, oh no. Wait, no.
Yeah.
So I'm the same. Like
So
I'm the same.
yeah. So if you're super mad, I get it. I was super mad at the idea that it isn't two, or that it would end up being something other than what I've envisioned the finished game being, just
Mm,
with respect to the scale and the MMO ness, for lack of a better word.
yeah. And it might not like this might not ever happen. It might be a huge, beautiful MMO that we want.
Yes.
I'm now that I've talked about this a couple of times, I will give it a chance if it's not.
Yeah. And I think ultimately it's probably good that I got that like immediate rage out and
Mm.
thought about it a little bit more, because you're right. Now, like, coming back to it, I'm kind of like
Imagine
I'm
that
not like
ISC, bro.
"Ah, I'm done, I'm out," if it's not, if it's not the big, like, expansive MMO. Now I'm kind of more like, well,
Imagine
I'd have
that.
to
Listen, imagine.
I just have to see how it goes. And but like if it was watered down too much, basically if all we had was kind of what we have now, I wouldn't be interested.
Bro, imagine in 3 years, this Colando doing an IC and saying, and in this patch, we're increasing number of players to 100, which is our final, number of players on server, and everyone being like, what?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
The pitchforks
Oh
would be
my
raised.
god. Obviously, we
But
don't know if this is going to happen. It's just like,
no.
it's better
But
to
at
be
the same time,
prepared.
but again, like thinking about it a little bit more makes me
It's,
go,
it wouldn't change much, man. It wouldn't change that many things.
yeah, like I guess that's kind of it. Like I like
Because
if they
now
had
it's empty because we don't have NPCs, right?
Yeah. But like, okay, here's what I could see happening basically. If it did if server meshing didn't work the way they are saying they wanted it to, where basically you could have 1,000 people in area 18 and it would just basically shard off and run those players on smaller servers that talk to each other, so you'd still be able to see each other, blah 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 blah. Server meshing as pitched. If if it didn't, if that wasn't possible and it ended up just being like, okay, area 18 is on its own server, it can have x amount of people on that server. If there's more than that many people in that server, they go to a different instance, you know and then the space outside uh ArcCorp is its own server, the space around Crusaders is its own server, etc etc etc. Like if it was like that, and each of
That would
those
require
servers had
loading
like a player
screens, I
cap,
think. Maybe not.
had a player cap of 100. Maybe, but what that I feel like even if server meshing didn't allow for the mass, like what I just described, I still think server meshing as a technique would be able to allow. I mean, and this is just me bullshitting here. To be fair,
All
would
this
allow
is
people
us
to
bullshit.
basically go from, let's say, area 18 into the space around ArcCorp and be handed off to a different server without without a loading screen. Like, so even if server meshing doesn't allow for you know what they're pitching it as, I could still see it being kind of useful at like handing off
Oh,
players
for
and stuff,
sure. Oh yeah, yeah.
potentially without a loading screen.
Listen, if
I don't
they
know. I'm an
do under
but let
quotation
me
MMO, it will probably be very good, if not the best iteration of it.
Yeah,
You know what I
and
mean?
just to finish that off, like, but like I said, if it ended up being a situation where it was like 100 people on a server and the servers are like I just described, it probably would still be a fun game. Like
Hmm.
even if you could only potentially have a maximum of 100 players in any of the different micro servers that you played on. So that still means that basically the space around um Genie Point or whatever it is could still, would
Yeah,
have
full
100 players
dome.
in it, potentially 1,000 NPCs, and it would still, if it felt full
Yeah,
and it felt like there was people there and there was stuff happening and it was alive, I guess I'd probably be okay with that.
yeah. Same.
But if all we had is right now where it's 50 people and it's Stanton and it's 50 people in all of Stanton, I'm not in. I'm out. you know? So
I don't know. I don't know if I would be out because I don't know how this will look with the NPCs.
yeah, that's the other thing. Actually, to be fair, we don't have any real NPCs flying around
You
doing
also
shit,
don't
right?
forget that you don't have character names about people's head. We look the same as NPCs, bro. Like that's a big thing. You understand
Yeah,
how big of a thing this is. You don't know. I was pretending to be an NPC in a couple of my streams,
yeah,
and I get people like spooked and whatnot because they thought I'm an NPC. Like you don't know. You can literally camouflage and whatnot. It's yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean yeah. Good discussion, I think.
yeah.
A bit scary, but yeah. Let's see how it goes.
That's actually an imagined topic that we could potentially talk about another show. Would be or it could
Camouflaging
even be a
into.
full talk. Yeah, like the whole they're adamant about there being no nameplates over players' heads.
I
Is
don't
that
know if they're gonna keep it or not, but that's crazy.
exactly? Is that realistic?
I don't know. Well, in
Is
the
that
group
realistic?
you have markers, right? But
Yeah, you know.
yeah,
But
sure. Let's
like at the
add
end of the
that
game,
for
at the end of the day, is that like a CR boomer idea that like sounds good on paper because it's immersive, but like when you're actually playing a game is just mostly a pain in the ass.
yep.
I don't know.
I
I don't
added
know.
that to for potential future
Okay.
topics. Okay,
Do you
go
want to
for
move
it.
on to Imagination Station?
Yeah, yeah.
One of the things I wanted to talk about with this was travel, and this is something that used to get brought up all the time and cause a whole bunch of rage in different podcasts and stuff like that, or when anybody was talking about Star Citizen. Travel times in Star Citizen now, but specifically with this Imagination Station, like what do we think that travel times are going to be like in the released version of the game? What do we want to see as release travel times? Um, like what would be fun versus what is again those CR boomer ideas that sounds good because it's immersive but isn't actually fun to play.
Mhm.
Um,
And when we say travel
yeah,
times, we talk about quantum and
talking about all sorts of travel times. I'm talking about like travel times in a city, travel
train,
times
right?
around,
Wherever you don't have
yeah,
any control over it, right?
travel times in non-quantum, travel times for like crossing a system, travel time for crossing multiple systems. But just I really want to just open it up and just like
Okay.
just like
So
go
even
nuts on like
flying in and out of the atmosphere, because I mean technically
yeah,
that's travel time.
yeah, because for me, and I don't this may be an incredibly unpopular idea for people who are listening, but I want there to be more travel time going in and out of planets. Right. But okay, I will preface
It
this.
was right.
Yes, it was. And to be fair,
It was
it
better.
sucked.
Oh, I
No, it
liked it
wasn't.
more.
Okay. I think it sucked because
Sh- well,
the
sure.
gameplay necessitated repetition
At the right
in those things.
time,
Yeah.
it will be okay because right now going to the city is tedious already like this.
Yes.
And to bring it back for those who don't know or don't remember, right now planets are 10,000 meters.
Yeah.
Before you can jump, they were 100,000
100.
meters.
Yeah.
Or like different, but like 80 to 100,000 if I remember correctly. Whatever. Let's say 100,000, doesn't matter. So that took long. So imagine you're flying Reclaimer. And at like 80,000 meters, you change your VTOL and start falling down.
Yeah. Well, the Reclaimer is not a good example,
It
but
is. It's a perfect example because Reclaimer should not be there in the first place. The problem is, right now, there's no other way, kind of, right? So, which is
yeah.
why this was a good call for alpha current state, make it 10% of what it was, and it's still
Yes.
tedious, right?
Yes. Yeah. That's it right there. It's not that I want to increase the travel times, right now because like, the way the game is right now, you have to bomb in and out of those atmospheres
Yeah.
like 8 million times just to make like a decent fraction of a wage.
To a point where you're not
And
gonna take missions that make you go to the planet. You'll choose missions
oh,
that
totally, yeah.
only go to the moon or in space.
Or in space, exactly. But like long term, you know, long term, I'd like to see them really sit down and look at the amount of payouts that a mission gives, but on top of that, factor in, like the mission being taking a longer period of time. Because like I'm okay with it taking me 5 minutes to fly down through
I wanna
atmosphere or
fly.
something like that. Hey,
I wanna fly my ships.
I do too.
I love
Yeah,
like I was crying about it, and then Mike told
but
me that they're bringing it, and in Xenothread there was that mission that you can't jump with certain cargo, and I
yes,
love
yeah,
that. That's
yeah.
first space trucking for real.
I do want to fly. Yes, I don't want it to be Quantum Drive Simulator. Um, but so what I'm saying is like if they do increase the flight times and stuff like that, they should be doing it in such a way that it doesn't become tedious and they are rewarding you properly for the amount of extra time it takes to do that. But I think in a lot of cases, I guess this kind of like stems into a different direction because if I am going to be flying through atmosphere for that long, I want it to be something that I have to actively kind of do instead of just pointing in a direction and then, you know,
I
and
I
push and go.
want
But
I want jumps to be very long, especially from system to system, because I want to think before I jump.
yes,
I want to prepare before I jump, and I want my jump into space in a Carrack, which I will never fly, but essentially to be a decision that will affect my next couple of days playing the game.
like okay, what do you mean by that? You mean like jumping to
A
like a
far
different
away,
system?
far away system where I know I will
Yeah.
not be able to dock in a proper station in a while until I come back.
Hmm.
And then I want that risk. This is the best thing about I don't like I have a lot of respect for Elite Dangerous, but I don't really like the gameplay that much. But one thing that I really enjoyed, I played a lot of exploration, and I will go so far away and explore some new planets, whatever. And then if I don't get back, if my ship explodes, totally not by trying to refuel near the sun, too near, I would lose all that. So I was not attacked, but I would have to plan my trip there and back, especially like running out of fuel or whatever, stuff like that. I want that to take time. I want exploration to take sweet time.
But at the same time, I don't want that time to feel stale and boring, right? Like
No, but we can't.
so
We should be able to do something on board big ships from the first person perspective.
yeah, yeah. But
And I'm not
think
talking
I
about
guess that
chess.
yeah, no.
Maybe prep meals,
Um
or I don't know, clean your engines,
do repairs
or
on the ship. Just I don't know. Yeah, it's
so
just
many
something.
things.
But I do like. I think long term travel times do need to come up, and but it's going to be tricky because they're really going to have to balance. Like I said, that time investment versus tedium.
Well, they
Um,
need to give you Quanta needs to give you an option to profit from long,
yes, yeah,
but it also needs to give you an option to get screwed by long travel.
sure,
I want that. I want to make a wrong decision and lose money because,
yeah, because it
and
costs
I
you a
want to
ton
get
in
pissed
fuel,
off
and you
and cuss Chris Roberts for making the stupid shit 3 days for 7 Alpha UEC or UEC at the time. Yeah, that's what I want. But I want
I
something
think we
else.
may. I
Hear me
think we
out.
may have a. Okay, go.
You come back with your Carrack to Terra, and you don't want to go down with your Carrack for like 100,000 meters, flying through the atmosphere, burning fuel and all that. So then you're going to sit in your Pisces and go down, right? I want the
Yeah.
micro jump. If it's 100,000, I want a micro jump for like 10, 20,000 with that Pisces. That cargo will not be able to sustain. You know what I mean? Like only like small ships, You know what I mean?
What about just increasing the speed that you can go
It's too
in
fast already.
atmosphere?
I don't know. It's too fast already.
I don't think so. Especially
It
not when you're considering like real space trap. Like that's one of the things that is actually legitimately fun. And I know I constantly bring this up about dual universe. Um, one of the things that I find legitimately fun is like when you're coming in at that planet at like
mm.
interplanetary speed, you know, like if you're not careful, you will enter that atmosphere way too fast and
Wait,
you
are
will
you
get to the
okay?
ground really fast, but also you're going to crater when you get there.
But how
And I
much can
I
you
would
accelerate in the atmosphere? More than
depends on
Star.
atmospheric density.
Well, that's what I'm
Depends on
saying.
atmospheric
I
density.
don't mind
It
going
feels
faster in the open space. Sure. But like in the atmosphere, I think we're going too fast already.
really,
For the enjoyment of the game. Yeah.
but if would you feel like that if they made you actually fly the 100,000? Because that's what could make you want to take that. Excuse me, want to take that Pisces down is you can approach at higher speeds and decelerate more rapidly without having to worry about becoming a crater, and it'd be much faster climbing up out of the atmosphere in a small craft because you'd be able to reach those higher speeds faster than a large ship. Um, so, like, what about going back to like the 100 kilometer jump limit, and then increasing the atmospheric speed, but that being something that you have to choose to do because if you choose to go in that fast in a larger ship, you're definitely going to crater.
Okay. So this is actually what I was talking about. We're like it's just different approach. So I want micro jump in a certain direction. Not like select city and jump to it like
Yeah.
so I want to be like speeds are okay, or I would even slow them down for like 10-20% in atmosphere in my opinion, but then I should be able to like how something that like you can micro jump certain distance, but you can only do it as much in a period of time because your body will like fucking decompose, and cargo can be like maybe affected by this. So basically, you're like, okay, I know I have 100,000. I can jump like 50,000. Boom, you know. But I have no control of my ship. Like it's just like like almost like a quantum jump or something.
But you like that idea rather than making it so it's a choice if you're going fast in atmosphere
Oh no,
because like
no, you
because
could choose. You could choose, right?
because I do like personally I like I like the idea of conventional drives more because I already feel like we jump too much. You know what I mean?
But this would be
Like
different though.
yeah, but it's
And
still pretty much the same thing. You're still pointing it and then going, you know, like,
then you have to
uh,
keep flying.
but I would rather just fly that distance, just have it be something you know that I had to actually like more actively engage with. You know what I mean? Because like right now, if they just increased speed you can fly in atmosphere, and it was still pretty foolproof. Like like you could accelerate and decelerate at the rates that you can right now. Okay, sure, I might agree with you. Maybe
It's
things are,
fast. It's like you're going. What
but
is
it's
you're
not
going
that
like
fast when you actually crunch the numbers.
1,300? Huh? How
Because well,
much?
you're
How
not
much
going
is
1300.
well? Some
It takes you quite a bit of climb to get to a point where you can actually get to your top speed.
sure, but once you get to your top speed, like this is something that is not fixed yet, right? Like I want big ships to be much faster than small ships. That's the first thing, especially in the open. I don't
Hmm.
want a Pisces to outpace the fucking Carrack in the open space.
Well,
How?
it can't right now because the Carrack is so fast.
Well,
But
sure, but I think it should be much bigger of a difference. Like, um, but in the atmosphere, I want the same, but I want the atmosphere to prevent that Carrack from being able to fucking accelerate fast enough to utilize that speed because of the resistance of air and whatnot, right?
yeah,
So that'd be cool. But then, yeah, if you're in an arrow, you should be able to accelerate faster than what you're accelerating, in a Pisces, for example. But the problem with this is we don't really have these numbers now. Like they're just like placeholders, right?
True, it's true. Well, I mean, they're kind of. Wait, you mean like top speeds or just like how fast you can go
Acceleration,
in atmosphere?
top speeds, in and
Yeah,
out of the because you accelerate like the same. You accelerate the same
yeah,
way in the Atmo and out of the Atmo, or maybe a little bit different. But then your top speed is limited in the Atmo.
yeah. Frankly, I just think like in a lot of cases, the acceleration of ships is something that still needs to be kind of
For
tweaked.
sure. Yeah.
But I don't know.
I want it to be slow, but let's start from the. I think so. So let's start from the beginning. Like walking, running, is it okay now? I think it is.
Yeah. I still think that the amount of time, like the amount of time it takes to get places in stations or in um on planets in cities and stuff like that
Sure. So we
is
need like
it's
a a,
it's
a
too,
scooter.
yeah, or just like again, like let me walk while I'm doing something else on my
We
mobiGlas.
agree with this
That
100%. Then
yeah,
hopefully they will agree
but
with this.
because right now it's like it it
Dude, in every other game,
I'm never
there's
gonna walk.
auto walk, like numpad, and then you
Yeah,
go through your fucking inventory and deal with
yeah,
stacks, find the quest, whatever. So hopefully they will do that. It makes sense. We do
because
this as humans. Like you walk and like fucking check the time or take your wallet
yeah,
to whatever.
totally, yeah. Now, I'm not at the same time, I'm not sure there is a solution to this. It might just be a video game phenomena where people are going to sprint everywhere,
They will, unless
you know,
you.
because honestly, I do that, you know.
Yeah,
I wake up in Port Olisar and I'm not walking down to the ship terminals for immersion's sake. I'm just like, fuck, I want to get to my ship, you know.
yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe the distances around cities and the travel time is okay
Another reason why 50
because you
people per
can do that.
server might be a good thing.
Yeah.
Because if 1,000 people are just running around like crazy, and they will.
Or maybe the solution to that is like taxis. You know what I mean? Like instead of having to run to public transportation or whatever, instead it's like I just get out of the spaceport and I
Personal
just like
vehicle,
call a
like,
cab
mm,
that
sure.
call a cab that brings me to CBD instead of like running to the train station, getting on a train, taking the train over there, running the distance to the
For
train
sure,
terminals or whatever.
point A to
But
point B right now is shit in the cities.
yeah.
Okay, so but the
Yeah.
pace of
Okay.
running and
Their
walking is okay, I think. Like,
pace of running and walking is okay. Yeah.
okay. So then we
And
have
honestly, in
ground
my ship,
vehicles. Huh?
I do legitimately walk
I
around
walk around
sometimes
as well.
because
Yeah.
it's easier to like not derp into things, you
True.
know.
And then if I'm
So
flying a really big ship, then I might use shifts from time to time. But my
yeah,
my
yeah,
scale is like down where I literally just walk like in real
yeah.
life.
But I would say that running walking speed feels okay.
Okay,
There
yeah,
definitely
same.
needs to be some tweaks to like travel times, like getting point A to point B in cities. But like the actual running walking, that's fine. I think that's fine.
So then ground vehicles are too fast. Like the red cyclone,
Yeah,
you
that's
can't control that thing. And it doesn't have a slider. It's like
yeah. This
bro.
is something that this was something that I think came up in Captain's Table yesterday in the Q&A section in chat, if I remember correctly. Somebody was saying like, "Oh my god, please let sliders work for
For ground
speeds on
vehicles.
vehicles
Yes.
too."
That'd be
But
amazing.
ground vehicles are getting a rework.
Okay,
So,
cool. But
or a
right
tweaking
now, if
anyway.
you're talking
So,
about the speeds,
yeah, they're
they're not
insane.
good. They're not good.
And then it doesn't feel good
Ursa
for
Rover
me.
feels good.
Yeah, yeah, but
But
that's
that's
cuz
it.
it's slower.
The Gravlevs, death traps right now, like you don't even want to try. It's ridiculous. Okay, so then we have
I would
atmospheric.
like GravLev speeds to go up, to be fair.
When was the last time you used the Gravlev? They went up
Oh, did they?
significantly
Okay.
to a point where
I
they're
just
not controllable.
oh, okay. Well, that's not so good. But like,
No.
you know that scene in the Knox commercial where they're like,
Yeah.
like this like blur across the
Yeah.
desert or whatever?
We
I
can
want
try
that
that. We
feeling.
can try that. I wonder how fast a Nox would fly over, but it will hit a rock.
Yeah, well, that's the issue
Probably.
too. Is there's not really any. There's not many areas where you can actually like open something up
Yeah,
like
we
that
need
and
roads for
like
that,
have,
right?
maybe on the ice lakes and
Well,
in.
they have issues with like that buggies fall through
Oh yeah,
them
that's
and
right.
stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, where
So
you explode.
yeah, okay. So then please, when Grevlev start like flying across the water surfaces, that will be
Yeah,
amazing. I can't wait for that. So then we
yeah.
have
Give
sorry,
me
go
like
for it.
hundreds of kilometers an hour, basically.
Yeah,
With the. I want
and then you
speeder
hit a
bikes.
rogue wave.
Yeah, maybe. But I
um,
want the choice, you know what I mean? That's kind of it. Like in nowadays, like my car can go really fast if I choose to go that fast, you know?
yeah,
And it absolutely is not smart of me to do that sometimes, but that's up to me as the driver.
but
And that's
not
kind
as
of my point.
fast as Red Cyclone though.
Well, that's I don't know, man. Like that's what I'm saying. Like give me maybe not necessarily with ground vehicles, but this is kind of what I was saying with speeds and atmosphere, which we could potentially make as the next step up here.
You know
And that
what?
is that like give me the option to
Wait,
go really fast if
I
I'm in a really fast ship.
yes, that's what. So this is the problem. The differences in top speeds of ships are fucking joke. Like
Yes.
seriously.
Yeah.
Like the full spectrum of differences from like 800 to
Yeah, with like a hammerhead.
1300. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
M50 should go like 3000 if a hammerhead is going, like
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Like
like
make it
if you
so
have
that
a
it can go really
specialized
fast.
ship. Yeah, and
It's just you don't always want to go that fast,
true.
you know?
And then we need a distinction between like I don't want an arrow to go as fast as a razor. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It needs to be faster than Pisces, sure, and Aurora, much faster. Even Gladius a little bit, but not as fast an M50 as Razor. No, these
Yeah.
things should be smashing. Like holy shit.
Well, they're purpose-built racing
Yeah.
ships.
So I add that's something I really want in game as soon as possible because that will change my perspective of flying so much. See, this is something I think about a lot, but I never talked about it. Fuck yeah.
I wonder if that's something that they will. I wonder if that's something that they'll because like they're definitely focused on combat speeds out in space, for example.
Combat speeds are simple as long as if they do what they said they're gonna do, like where you wanna fight in SCM.
Yeah.
If over SCM is actually a huge penalty.
Well, I think ultimately what we're seeing right now with them like talking about combat speeds is it's pretty their mentality towards that is pretty similar to what I would like to see transfer through to, like in atmosphere speeds and stuff like that. These ships, like if you're fighting in combat, you can absolutely fight at full afterburn, you know? It's just
I'm
do
not.
you
I'm
want to
fighting
do that?
everything in SCM.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. But the choice should be there. The choice is there right now. It's just that there should be
It shouldn't be.
very good
I'm
reasons.
sorry. We're gonna disagree on this.
Mhm.
And
Okay,
I'll
we
tell
can
you why.
disagree. But
Because
hear
game.
my
Okay,
last statement,
go for
which
it.
is basically that that there should be very very clear reasons not to. So if you're gonna go in an M50 and you're gonna go fucking 3,000 meters a second, well, good luck turning or doing anything else. Like I want it to basically like you can go as fast as you want in combat, but you're gonna pay for it somehow.
Mm-mm. You don't understand how wrong that is. And I will try to explain. In out of combat, 100% I agree with you. Like fly as fast as you want with a consequence. Fuck it. In combat, if you can freely accelerate to your max speed and run away, the game is not fun. So
well, yes,
in
that is
combat,
something we're dealing with now.
In combat, there needs to be a tag system where once you're tagged, there's so many ways to like explain this. It's a game. Like we need this to be fun because guess what? If we were not playing the game, no one would go around flying spaceships and killing each other just for a few cups, or whatever. So once you are in combat, you need a cooldown timer before you can accelerate over the certain speed, because otherwise you will just go in, poke, and run away. And how is
I
that?
don't think they're going to do that, because that's basically where we came from. Like, it used to be when you were in combat, you couldn't get to your cruise speed.
That should be a thing. As a
I don't know.
PvP, as an avid PvP player, not in Star Citizen because PvP is not there yet, but in other MMOs and games,
Yeah,
I am telling you right now, like, if someone can just run away from me, or
I agree that there should be methods to keep somebody at a speed where you can actually fight them, but how they engage and what speeds they decide they want to go should simply be a decision of the pilot based on what you're trying to do.
Sure, if you go out of SCM and you explode, do it.
Yeah, or again, like, just making the ships like I keep going back to dual universe, but
so what? That's fine.
Like, you can accelerate as pretty much as much as your engines can take. It's just not a good idea in a lot of cases, and you learn that very clearly.
Yeah,
like,
but
the
dual
faster
universe
you're
doesn't
going,
have.
the harder it is to do anything. The harder it is to do any sort of maneuver. Like, you're talking about like potentially minutes of deceleration time to be able to change directions and
I know
and stuff like that.
But okay, so here's an example that could work in my mind. It's like throwing it out, like not even a suggestion, because
Okay.
it's not like they're listening to our show or anything, and it doesn't matter. It's just something that could work. So, okay, don't limit speeds once the combat starts. Give players a webbing option.
Yes. Yeah.
Like something that, not fucking EMP or entanglement, actual like
Distortion.
webbing missile or a gun that can like actually disable speeds or whatever. And if you're over SCM, you cannot lock with missiles, and you have like 50% chance to miss. And the higher out of SCM you go, the more chance of missing with your guns you have.
I feel like they'd probably steer clear of that because they might be able to affect like your gimbal slew rates and stuff like that, because they've already talked about how that happens when you're traveling above SCM. But I just feel like I don't really know how to explain
I'll just tell you,
but,
like, from a PvPer perspective, if someone can just run away from me, fuck that game. I'm not. Fuck it.
Yes, well, I agree, because it's like hugely frustrating. But that's,
it's
I think,
already
one of the
frustrating,
reasons. That's one of the reasons where I really agree with you that we need to see a lot more variations in the top speed, because I think ultimately that could potentially fix things in general. You know what I mean? Like, or it would go a long way to fixing things. So here's what I'm thinking. Right now, if somebody decides to run, there's no point chasing them because you won't catch them, because the difference in the top speeds is not big enough that you'll be able to actually make any sort of you'll be able to gain ground on them before they quantum.
Mm-hmm.
And that sucks. But if, for example, let's say you are in an arrow and the target that you're attacking is, I don't know, a cutlass, and that cutlass decides to cut and run. If you as an arrow have a top speed of like 1400 and that cutlass has 1100, that way if he's trying to run, you're going to catch him, and you know that you're going to catch him, so you keep chasing him. So that guy's burning right now, which means that he's committed to running in a straight line, because at this point, if you're at top speed, like, good luck trying to maneuver. And you know that in your arrow you're going to catch him, so you chase him, and then you basically close the range on him, and because he can't maneuver now because he's at top speed, game over, bud. That arrow's caught you and he's opening up on you, so you
in
don't get to run.
or out of the atmosphere, because I want cutlass to be faster than an arrow out of the atmosphere. Bigger ship, bigger components, bigger engines. No reason for small ship to be faster.
No, you're right. And realistically, you're right. But I don't know if they'll stick to that because I
Not
don't
even
think it fits
acceleration.
with
Like
their.
it should even accelerate faster. Because what's preventing it to accelerate faster?
Wait. Mass is what's preventing it from accelerating faster.
In
That's
vacuum?
that's yes, even in vacuum. If you have a heavier object to move, it doesn't matter. Well, first of all, you need bigger engines to move that heavier object, but that heavier object will not be able to accelerate uh, faster than
Maso,
a
that's
lighter object.
not wrong. That's not right.
No, that is right.
It's
That's
like
how.
with gravity, like two objects fall the same speed, no matter the mass.
Yeah, we're not talking about falling though. We're because when you're
So
talking about falling, the amount of force acting on those two objects is the same. It's different when you're applying force to that object.
if you
With
apply more
engines,
force to the object, it should go faster,
but
regardless of the
yes,
mass.
eventually. No, that's not true because mass is a part of that calculation.
Really?
Yes. Hold on, I'll actually look. I can't remember what it is. It's like acceleration equals force times. It's a triangle. Is it force times mass? Force divided by mass? I can't remember. But yeah, no, mass is 100% a part of that equation.
Okay, so
If you
if
have a
they had the
cutlass,
same fucking engine, sure. Let's say.
it's a ratio, right? So basically if the cutlass has a certain amount of power but also has a certain amount of mass, and that arrow has less force but also much less mass, it's still going to be able to out accelerate that cutlass. But it's a ratio, like it's a formula.
Okay, I'm not a
If the
physician, but is that no, not the physician,
physicist
physicist.
physician's a doctor,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I know. That's why I said if fuck English sometimes again. But yeah, anyways, I really want bigger ships to in atmosphere much slower, out of the atmosphere much faster than small ships. Fuck small ships out of the atmosphere, man. Fuck them. They should be support that fly out of the bigger ship. That's it.
Again, and I agree with you from a realism perspective, but I don't know if that's the direction they're going to take it from a game perspective, because
They should.
as it stands right now, even smaller ships already are at a pretty significant disadvantage
What?
to medium ships plus
Why?
range,
Oh
quantum speed.
What
Um,
range? What? They're in advantage. Acceleration, atmospheric flight, cross section. I would
what do you want?
rather fight you in atmosphere. I would rather fight you be in your cutlass, and I will come in a hawk, and I'll kick your butt.
Oh yeah,
I'll
yeah,
be
but that's
behind you all the time. I'll destroy your
totally
engines, and you're gonna
sure.
fall
But
down
you're
and I will laugh.
oh,
So I'm in
absolutely,
advantage in a
and
small
that's
ship, right?
oh sure,
On
yeah.
my
In a
terrain. But if you're in space, guess what? That's your terrain.
where is most of the gameplay going to take place?
Where
I
small
still
ships are not supposed to be.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I just legitimately think that if you nerf small ships too much, people just won't fly them ever,
They
even if it is
shouldn't.
down on a planet.
They shouldn't. Like
Because
Gladius, Arrow, these are not even ships. These are fighters. These are fighter
yes,
jets.
yeah,
So fighter jets should be used in the atmosphere and as an
when they
escort.
have access to a carrier, yeah.
Exactly. And I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, well,
An
okay, here's
Aurora
the
can
problem.
fly through space.
So
An Arrow? No. I mean, it can, but with limited, right? They shouldn't even have jump drives. Fuck me, dude.
I disagree strongly with that because again, like, and this is where I think you're thinking like a boomer gamer at this point, where it
Sure,
sounds
where do
good
you
on
fit that
paper.
fucking jump drive?
It sounds good on paper. Well, they fit it in there. Like that's literally how.
Well, yeah, because they made it peanut size.
Yeah,
which makes
and it
no
behaves
sense.
like a peanut-sized drive because
Then
it takes
what's the
fucking ever
problem?
to cross the system. The problem is that in a real gameplay environment where it is the open world and stuff like that, you can't just switch to a ship wherever you want. You know, so like, and this also comes in. This also gets into the position where, like, okay, so I'm flying a Hull D and I need escorts. I can't have escorts because small fighters can't keep up with me. They don't have the range, so they have to refuel all the goddamn time. So who's my escorts? You know? So now my only
But
options for
where do you
escorts
need
are
an escort?
medium.
You can contact an escort when you get to a system.
If that's possible. But even then, how does that ship get there? And then how does that ship actually keep pace with you across the system when they have to refuel every fucking, like I just think like right now, as it stands, those small ships are becoming less and less useful in the
I think
universe.
they're the
And it's
most
only gonna
useful,
get
too
more.
useful.
And I think if you nerf them even more by basically having their
Maso, how can you say
their
that,
top
dude?
speeds,
Like, small
nobody's gonna
ships
use
are
them.
most used. Like, no one is even using bigger ships. Because you can do everything in a small ship that you
Yeah.
can do in a big ship.
But you know why they did that right now? You know why they're so used right now is because they actually reduced travel times between system or between different planets and stuff like that. And fuel consumption, like if you throw an Atlas drive on, you're pretty much good to cross the solar system. But
Yeah.
it's not going to stay like that. And yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. We got way off the topic of travel times, but like,
Did we?
well, I guess it's not
We
really.
did
I
not
guess
get
it's
off
not really.
topic at all.
Yeah. I don't know. I agree with you in that, like from a realism perspective and from
It's like tricks of the
you know
trade. Choosing your
yeah
weapons, knowing where your weapons are good. I don't think that that's a
yeah
boomer take. It's just like you're not gonna play Fortnite with the sniper if someone is your melee range. No, you're gonna smash him with the fucking mace or use a
yeah
shotgun. It's that simple. You don't
yeah
go into open space with a gladius or an arrow. You don't. It's a jet fighter.
or rather, like I'm sure you could probably operate. No, we know you can operate within like a planetary system, which
Sure.
is
Which
fair.
I wish that was not a thing either, but
I
sure.
and again, like I'm not necessarily. I'm mostly devil's advocate arguing
I
here,
know, I
but
know, I know.
but also like I do think that you have to be careful because if you nerf small ships too much, they're just not going to be used outside
Just
of
buff them.
very, very specific
Wait, what? I'm not talking about small ships.
applications.
I think Aurora is supposed to be capable of doing that stuff, but I don't think a jet fighter is. Like, we have to make a difference between a hawk, and an Aurora or Nomad. Nomad is a small ship, but it's a spaceship. But the Gladius is not a spaceship.
Well, it is though, because
Well,
that's
it
how they
is
designed it.
technically, you know what I mean? But it's a fighter. It's a space fighter, not a spaceship.
Yeah,
So I don't mind small ships being slow and having more range and whatnot, but you're not taking that out to fight. You're taking that out to travel through space.
yeah, and I think ultimately there's going to be a natural gravitation towards those sorts of ships for doing the longer
Yeah.
size. But if you nerf the fighters too much, then they aren't even useful for escort duties for anything other than like a military carrier. You know what I mean?
But what's wrong with that?
What's
Make
wrong
them
with that
make
is
them
that,
an absolute beast in the atmosphere and in
but they've said that they want, like they want going on a cargo run to be something that has risk to it, and they've constantly said that oh
can a
well, to
retaliator
mitigate that.
protect you? Can a
Well,
vanguard protect you?
okay, now you're talking. Okay, Vanguard is a long range heavy fighter, so obviously it would, but
The problem.
that's one ship. So now all freighters have to have a Vanguard, basically, if that's
Or hire a vanguard, right?
hire a Vanguard, and
Or
okay,
an
so
org needs 5 vanguard to protect their. I don't see a problem with this, man. I don't know. Maybe you're right, but
I just again like there's a risk in nerfing fighters too far
I'm not even
because just
saying nerf
nobody will
them.
use.
Make them stronger for their role and almost useless. Do you want? What's the name of that salvage ship? That looks like the one from EVE Online.
Vulture.
What? Vulture? Yeah. Do you want that to be like? You know what I mean? Like that? Are you nerfing that ship because it's only for salvaging? Is ROC nerfed because it's not good for anything else but mining?
like I understand what you're saying here, like
Ships are
100%. It's
classes
a
basically.
fighter craft, and it shouldn't be something that's good for everything. I agree in that like it is dedicated for its role, but making a ship to where basically closing the amount of areas where that ship is useful down to a needle thin point, I don't think is a good way
Okay,
to do it.
and not here's another one. So if you, let's say you are a pilot of an arrow and you're
Mm.
really good at PvP, but then you want to do escorts, but you can't. Let's say what I said is what happens. You can't do an escort in an arrow. You're gonna work your way toward getting a vanguard, and now with your vanguard,
Okay,
you can do that.
you know what? I'll tell you that's fair. It's fair. I mean,
Because ship is a class. We don't have rogue
it
or
is.
warrior.
Yeah,
We need to use right, or we need to use the right tool for the job. And I think it's very important that that same arrow in space get
yeah.
destroyed by a vanguard, or vanguard just flies away if it's losing. But in the atmosphere, you don't want to meet arrow in a vanguard.
Well, even it doesn't even have to be in the atmosphere technically.
Sure, or
Like it could
close
be
quarters combat,
literally like
whatever.
close quarters, like space combat. I mean, these are like they've said, these are not just planes, these are spaceships and planes. So like they should be effective. But I guess that's it right there. Is like if you are an aero pilot, you're not going to be signing up for long range escort
Yeah.
missions because your ship can't do that.
And your ship is
You're going
not
to be
useless. It's just
you're going
very
to
useful for
be
something else.
you're going to be basically hiring yourself out to shorter range, like short
Bounty
hop
hunting, or
escorts.
short
Yeah,
escorts, or yeah.
yeah. Okay. Um,
It brings
top
fidelity.
speed though,
Depth.
I don't know. Like again, I would agree, I would be fine with it if they decided that big ships are going to be the fastest. They just accelerate the slowest, and the reason that they do that again is because
If
force
there's math to
mass
it that
times
makes
acceleration.
sense, yeah.
Um,
Because how big, like, look at the engines on a caterpillar.
or acceleration equals yeah. It's a triangle. I can't remember what it is.
So look at the
Um,
engines on caterpillar. That thing
yeah, they're
should be
huge.
able to accelerate, man.
If it's but
Okay,
yes,
okay.
yeah.
I'm not gonna argue with this because you know more than I do for sure. So maybe I'm just fucking wrong.
It's tough to explain like this, and also I haven't taken physics since high school, but like it's a really simple equation, and it's literally just a triangle. Um, but I can't explain it over over camera right now.
It's okay.
But basically, yes, the Caterpillar's engines put out way more force than a smaller ship, way more. But it's also having to fight against a much higher mass, especially if you're loaded, which means that its acceleration is going to be lower than a ship that maybe has less force, but is also way lighter.
Okay.
Um, so a smaller ship will always out accelerate, or almost always, unless it's a you know derpy thing with shitty engines.
Okay. Well, sure.
um,
Aurora should not be able to keep up. As long as, let's say,
maybe
Caterpillar meets
for top
Arrow in
speeds.
space, and Arrow does not have enough firepower to penetrate shields on their own. By the time Caterpillar is like, see ya, because
Yeah,
that's fine. If a Caterpillar counters 10 arrows and tries to escape, and the motherfuckers kill its engines, that's fair. Fuck,
yeah, yeah. So
But I
I
think
don't know. Like
Caterpillar should be faster than an arrow. Like, top speed, right?
sure,
Right.
sure.
She's
But
just
at any rate, to the original point, I think you're right in saying that there needs to be a much bigger spectrum in
mm,
top speeds, because
yes,
I
in
think that
general.
would go a long way into to like if people know that I'm in this ship, I'm not going to be outrunning. I'm not going to be able to outrun this target. They're going to be able to make the choice to stay at lower combat speeds where they have a better chance of being able to maneuver and stay in combat.
And be
It's not
careful
an
where they're going as
artificial
well, right?
and yeah, exactly, and it's not an artificial web. It's not a slow. It's just that the pilot knows I can go fast, but that ship can go faster,
Mm.
and I will lose if I decide to run. I'll
And
lose the fight if I
and
decide
this
to run
kind of
against it.
knowledge makes the game so good because when I was good in the arena in World of Warcraft, I was good because I knew every trick of every other class.
Yeah. Well,
Now, if I
that was
go to
part of it.
arena, I still know my class. I don't know shit about, like, if I see a warlock, I'm like, okay, I don't know what they can do, and that makes me
Yeah.
a bad player, and that's fair. Like, knowledge about the
Yeah.
ships will be crucial, especially in
Totally.
a game that
Especially
doesn't
for
have
combat.
levels, right?
So I could see that as being a potential solution to the like combat speeds, combat travel times, if you will,
I
in
still
this game
think
right now.
once the combat is engaged, you should not be able to jump out of it. That's all. Or I should have an option to. Now, keep in mind again, like if in an arrow, I shouldn't be able to web on my own a ship like 890 jump.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, okay, here's what I've constantly said too. Like the issue here isn't even like, okay, we've already established that there needs to be a bigger gap in top speeds, which I mean, top speeds in space are ridiculous anyways, but let's just
Sure.
suspend disbelief.
Yeah.
Let's suspend disbelief
For the
here
game's sake.
and say there needs to be a bigger kind of change, or a bigger variety in top speeds. So that helps to solve the whole like running in conventional drives. But what really throws the wrench into this right now is that the accelerations and the top speeds of ships are so similar that if somebody decides to turn and run and
Yeah.
you aren't on them immediately, you will not catch them, and then they'll just spool and quantum out.
Yep. It's disgusting.
So the other thing that needs to happen there then is that damage needs to, and I've been saying this ever, damage needs to interrupt quantum spooling. If you were taking fire while you were spooling, you
Okay.
should not be able to
Well,
keep spooling.
that's my PvP thing. Sure. There you go. You solved it.
And if you want to say that it has to be a specific gun, fine, make it distortion guns. So if you're firing on somebody with a distortion weapon, they cannot spool the quantum drive.
Sure.
This gameplay may change a little bit
Or at least slow it down. You know how when you're like
yeah,
casting something in games and someone is hitting you, like the bar keeps going
yeah,
back and forth. Eventually, you'll do it if you don't die by that time.
exactly.
And
But that's the
sometimes you're
thing,
gonna
right?
make it. You're gonna mount and run away, and sometimes you're gonna fucking be dead there.
Yeah, just be dead
Yeah,
before. Yeah, like
that's okay.
so. It's kind of frustrating to me though because it doesn't seem like they're going this way. They're making it so you have to have a special device to impede quantum. I think they should do the damage interrupting quantum spooling on top of
It could make sense
the
because it shakes the ship and whatnot, right? So
yeah, disrupts the you know, the compression field buildup, blah 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 blah
yeah,
blah.
whatever. Yeah.
I do not know. Like it's such a simple. At least okay, this is armchair developing here. It may not be this simple, but like you know, it seems like such a simple mechanic to implement, as opposed to mandating that there you have to have a utility slot that you can attach one of these quantum drive inhibitors to.
I mean,
increase the gap in top speeds, make it so damage interrupts quantum spooling. Boom, there you go. Problem fucking solved.
So armchair development or not, and being easy or not, it's important. It doesn't have to be easy. But these are crucial. Like these should be pillars of this game. You know what I mean? Like
I think that's a more elegant solution than trying to tweak and artificially force people into lower combat speeds, or like they're doing where they're trying to make it so you're less accurate and maybe your shields charge less quickly
lower
when you're above SCM speeds and stuff like that. Just increase the top speed so that if somebody tries to run, if they're not in a ship that can go faster, they're going to lose with that tactic.
Man,
And make
lower
it so you
combat
can't
speeds
quantum
give you
in
something else.
combat.
I really now I love it. I always fight in SCM. I might chase someone a little bit, and then I have a command, even a voice command now that resets my speed to SCM. It's not bound by default. I always bind it. And fighting in SCM, I really see details on our ships. And when I hit that ship, I see where I've hit it and all that. So that's, I think SCM speed fighting, limiting your speed for fighting is there for a completely different reason. It just looks
and this
better.
Is the thing. It used to, and honestly, it used to feel way better too when you engaged in combat and you were limited to SCM plus a little bit of boost. So there still was a way that you could afterburn,
boost. Yeah,
try to get
afterburners. Yeah.
and try to get some distance on somebody. But after that, you drop back at SCM speed. That's how the game used to be. And you're right. You
I played
saw a
like
lot
that.
more ships. It was a lot more cinematic in Arena Commander and stuff like that. Because and that's where you started to feel the different speeds in SCM speed between different ships a lot more too. You know, for a while the 350R was a meta ship because it was just so fast.
Like in SCM.
Yeah.
Mm.
So like in combat, it was that was a really tricky ship to counter because they had the speed on you, so they could zoom and boom. But it felt okay because it was balanced with other things. Like
Mm.
it didn't have the heaviest armor, it didn't have the best weapon
Armament,
slots
yeah.
compared to something like a Saber or a
Or
Super
even
Hornet,
325.
which was slower, you know,
Yeah.
but were more heavily armed, definitely tougher, had more of like a brawler kind of mentality. The ships felt more different when they were artificially limited like that, but I just feel like there are better options, and I just don't feel like it doesn't seem like they're being explored. It seems like they're really like tweaking a system that isn't working and hoping that by tweaking it it'll work.
Well, we don't know if they're exploring it in the background, though, right?
True, that
So
is
they're
true. Yeah.
maybe just
We are
trying to
full on
tweak something. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
armchair development here.
We don't
I
know.
mean, and
We don't know.
ultimately we're on full on Imagine
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, yeah.
Anyways, that's the name of
This is
the
Imagination
section.
Station.
So
Yeah.
we should probably wrap this up at some point, even though we kind of went a different direction than travel times. But I still think that was a
Yeah.
good
No, I'm good. I'm good.
discussion. We can talk more about like cross system travel times and stuff like that a little
The
later on
problem is
because
we don't have
that's
that
like
yet, right?
yeah, like that's a whole other thing to theorize about. Like how long is it going to take? How long should it take
I think
to
it's gonna
get
be
from
super short,
Stanton to Terra?
unfortunately. Like system to
Sorry?
system. So system to system, like to the next system through the wormhole, I think it's gonna be very fast. Too fast.
Yeah, getting through the wormhole I think will be pretty quick.
And
But
then when you get out of the wormhole, getting to the next wormhole might take some time.
yeah, and that's where we kind of like start to get into the question about like how long is that? How long should it take? How long do you want it to take?
Well,
How
it
long is it
depends.
likely to
If
take?
there are wormholes that can connect like further away systems, you know, because wormholes are not system to system like next to each other, right? Wormholes are like opening here and then closing somewhere, or rather the
I'm not
other
sure
opening.
I'm not sure if I know what you mean. What is
Okay,
our time on recording right now? Just so
316.
okay, you know what? Let's
Yeah,
save the cross system stuff
for sure. I
for
agree.
another show, and we should probably move on.
Yes, we'll take it. Take it.
I did most of the talking, but I'm going to talk some more because this is Maso's Absolute Zero Effort Science section. I have a retraction that I have to make. I have to eat my words a little bit because a few episodes ago, where I went on a rant about one of the things that Star Citizen does wrong, which is terraforming, and it kind of moved into a rant about how irritated I was at some of the lore team because I feel like as far as science fiction universes go here, Star Citizen is pretty vanilla. And I still hold to those things I said. However, I really shat on the idea of Synth World because the idea of building a traditional planet, you know, and then terraforming it is a stupid idea. And it still is. But it turns out that that might not be what the Synth World project is in Star Citizen. And I learned this because Paul from the Astro Pub showed me a couple images of Synth World concept images. And again, it's nowhere else in the lore. It's not said anywhere about what Synth World is, but the pictures they show make it seem that it's Synth World is not them just like slamming rocks together and making a planet. It is what's known as it's actually known in science fiction from a couple different worlds. A birch planet, a shell world, or a matryoshka world.
I don't know
And what
anything
that is,
about these things.
okay.
But
So
my favorite tree
basically,
is birch tree. So there you go.
sorry?
my favorite tree is birch tree. So,
Oh,
so
okay, it's not that. It's named after a scientist with the last name Birch. Um, but
I
okay, so
tried.
what these are in concepts, and this is something too. I ranted about how there's no cool mega projects, like no big ring worlds and stuff like that. I was wrong because it
That's
looks
what it
like
is.
Synth World is one of these
Oh,
giant,
stations.
basically. So it's
Yes.
basically a layer world. So you know what a Matryoshka doll is?
No. And I don't
It's
think
like
anyone else in the chat
oh,
does.
okay. They're also called Russian nesting dolls.
Oh, okay. How do you
You know,
call
I have
that?
like
Wait.
Matryoshka.
Matthew. That's
This
definitely not the right name. Babushka
okay.
is what the name is, but sure.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
this could be named after a scientist then too. I might be renaming. They are actually called Matryoshka worlds, and that is basically a world that starts with a small shell and then has a shell built over top of
Sure.
it, and then has a shell built over top of it, and has a shell built over top of it, and has a shell built over top
And
of it.
each one is like livable, or
And
that's how
each
you
one is
build it?
livable and
Ah, okay.
terraformed. So that is a genuinely cool project because each one of those shells is basically its own world, and then utilizing things like active supports, atlas pillars, orbital rings, etc. You build another essentially ground over top of that, like like 1,000 meters up or something like that. And the amount of living space that you get from one of these planets, like we are talking quadrillions of people, tens of quadrillions of people would be able to live on a planet
And
like
this
the
is
synth world.
technically possible?
Technically, yes. Like
Okay.
within known physics, it is.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Um,
Because of what we
there,
were talking about before,
if you
when you were talking
want,
about terraforming.
I'll throw the links in chat right now, and the links will be in the description. If you want a something that's broken down by an actual physicist, as for like how the numbers work and stuff like that with these sorts of planets, I've thrown them in the Twitch chat right now. We'll put them in the YouTube description as well. It's a link to Isaac Arthur's channel. He is a physicist and futurist. He does really interesting videos on like far future stuff, but stuff that's grounded in legitimate physics. And he breaks down the numbers and the math and the problems that would be involved in kind of building a project like this. But it is theoretically possible. And from the pictures, it looks like that's what Synth World might actually be in Star Citizen,
Did
which
Paul
is
share these pictures with you? Maybe. I mean, did he give you the pictures?
no,
Is that from those? I know that he has some. He basically said he knows the whole story about Squadron 42
no,
because
no,
of the
Synth World
audio
isn't.
guy, audio files
No,
and whatnot.
this was old concept art.
Oh, okay,
From
okay.
like
So
some of the
we can
lore
find
posts,
it
like way
technically,
back.
right?
Yeah, and again, like it's not much to go off of. I realize that
No,
I
it's
am
just
like
cool. I would
kind
like
of
to see it.
tinfoil
That's it.
hatting a little bit,
Well, I mean,
but from the pictures we've seen of what Synth World looks like, it looks like they're trying to do it that way. And man, that would be so cool. And one of the ways that they like one of the major problems with these sorts of projects is like how do you maintain steady gravity across across each shell, because gravity decreases with the, I think it's the inverse square of the distance. So basically the further you get out from the mass that's providing the gravity, the less gravity you feel, obviously. So but in Star Citizen we have artificial gravity, so that's not really a concern. So it'd either be like gravity generators, or, and here's the crazy thing to wrap your brain around, what they propose for some of these giant mega projects like this is putting a black hole at the center of it, to provide the gravity,
what?
which also has the added benefit of being one of the most efficient ways of generating power that we know of in the universe. You have something you're going to say,
How do you
or
control that black
how do
hole?
you control it? You don't have to. This is a beautiful thing. Everybody thinks like black holes are these like ravenous, like vacuum cleaner monsters. Well,
No, but they
they're
do
really,
react to whatever around the surroundings, right?
it depends on the size of the black hole.
Because we
So
had
what you
some
would,
black hole merging recently in our like
no, that was in a
nearby.
galaxy long, very far
Okay,
away.
but anyways, it
But yeah,
happens, right?
Those are two supermassive black holes.
Okay.
We wouldn't be building around them because
So how does
they're like,
a black hole become a supermassive black hole, if it even does?
we don't actually know, but we do know that black hole mergers are probably one of the ways that that
Are
happens.
you sure you want to
Um,
build around something you're not sure if it can become a supermassive black hole?
oh no! Like that's the thing. Like the reason we don't know how these supermassive black holes got to be as big as they do. But if you are manufacturing a black hole
They
to
ate the
put
synth world.
at the center of your world, you wouldn't be building it around a natural stellar mass black hole. You'd be manufacturing a small one, and you do that by, they're
Oh, you
called
would
kugelblitz.
manufacture your own black hole?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, okay.
So basically, the theory behind this is that basically use lasers to force a huge amount of energy to a single point in space, and that causes space time to distort to a point where it becomes a black hole. They're called Kugelblitz black holes. Um, and the advantage of that is that you can build them essentially. And the benefit of that too is that one, you can use it for gravity, and two, when you chuck shit into that black hole,
It
it
disappears.
well, there's a bit of that, but there's also, like, if you do it right, you actually get a huge amount of energy back.
In
Um,
as in heat, or
Radiation.
how do you control
So
that?
sorry.
How do you control and utilize that
You
and
put in
protect
a
from it?
very specific amount of matter at a time, and then use the radiation that comes out to
And then you
drive
have,
physical processes.
what's the name? The resistance force or movement, and they go and jump into it and fuck everything up. I'm kidding, but like that's
Maybe,
kind of scary, dude. I don't know.
yeah, it's something like,
It's
black
like living
holes
on
are
a
actually
bomb.
one of the ways. It's one of the ways that you can destroy matter with such efficiency that you're getting almost 100% of the energy out of that atom. It's way higher than fusion, way
Sure,
higher efficiency than fusion.
but you
Um,
don't want to feed it too much, and just the idea of what can happen if you do, with
well,
having
here's the other thing.
quadrillions of whatever number of people around it, is kind of scary.
Could be.
It's like a
Um,
mad scientist theory
here,
in a way.
here's the thing, though. And this is one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that smaller black holes are more dangerous than bigger black holes,
I
like
don't
a
know anything
lot.
about black holes. They're black.
The reason behind that is that smaller black holes evaporate rapidly, which means they give off a ton of energy. The larger the black hole is, the slower it evaporates, the less radiation it gives off. So basically, if you dumped a ton of mass into it, like, you might get a pulse of energy out, but like, if you're increasing the mass in that black hole, the bigger it gets, the less energy it actually emits. And in order to increase the amount of in order to increase the size of that black hole to a point where its gravity was, like, starting to rise to a point where it would threaten the structure, you'd have to be chucking, like, just like ridiculous amounts of energy and mass into it, which not likely. um, but so basically, we'll have to see what they do with Synth World. But if if it if it is what it looks like it might be, it could be a legitimately sweet place to explore, if they finish it. I mean, obviously it's not finished
You
right
know,
now.
you know what? Now that you
Um,
said all this, they could turn our corp into like a synth world, kind of,
yeah.
right? Because we don't see
Yep.
how deep it goes, and maybe it's layered, and like, or they could make a green version of the
Subterranean
same,
levels.
right? Or somewhere else
Yep.
where our corp is not, but like the version of our corp that we have now could technically be that.
Okay. And I have to clarify this too. The synth world, like any sort of like Matryoshka world, if you're on the ground, it wouldn't be like you're on ArcCorp. You wouldn't be walking on metal and stuff like that. Like, it's literally like supports, and then they dump basically just raw dirt over top of it. So
Mhm.
like on each of these layers would be like walking on any other planet essentially. That's how
But
they'd be
yeah, but the
built.
layers under the top layer would not have any
The lighting would
natural
have to be
light
artificial.
source. Yeah. Which,
Um,
how do we deal with that? As in like
toroidal fusion reactors.
no, but it's more like we need that, right?
Sorry, we need what? I
Like
think I
we
walked on
get
you.
we get like what, like vitamin D and whatnot, like from
Oh,
from.
that's easy enough. Artificial lighting can do that
Okay.
these days.
Well, I need
Especially
some of that,
in
dude.
like
I haven't seen a sun in like a
situations.
year.
Yeah, no, they like the solution to that would basically be fusion powered like artificial lights. One of them I heard was basically to build a giant toroidal fusion reactor that basically goes around
Ah, like the sun,
the
right?
underside of the shell. So it basically it's like a ring sun.
Mm.
Um, yeah, cool idea.
Yeah,
Really cool. I'm
interesting.
really excited that like Star Citizen may actually have one of these big kind of like these big mega projects that I feel like don't get enough attention in science fiction in a lot of cases, you know, like
That's really
everything is
cool.
about going down to a planet and it's
This
just a
might stem
planet,
from
you
Molly
know?
again, right?
Sorry?
This might stem from Molly again. Molly, is that her name? The one that actually
No, Sherry.
Cherry, not Molly. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I hope so. I hope it turns out to be something really cool like that. Cause like, man, how sweet would that be? You like, you know, like you fly in, it's this like giant planet with like all these like crazy buildings and stuff sticking out of it, but then you fly through like a cave and all of a sudden, you know, all of a sudden you're in an entire like open planet that has a big like metal shell over top of it. And then you
Mm.
maybe when you fly down, you could fly through like another gate and then it'd be another smaller planet
Yeah, like some
underneath it.
pipe system or something. And I
That'd
mean,
be
it would be
so
cool
cool.
to visit, though. I don't think it would be that cool to live there.
This is the
Maybe.
thing, man. This like the idea behind these big mega projects is that you can terraform them to be however you want them to be. You know, like you could make living inside one of those shells whatever you want. You could make one shell tropical paradise shell. You could make the other shell like, you know, winter freaking awesome skiing in mountains and stuff like that. You could make, you know, like you could make the one
It's
before below
unfathomable,
that
actually.
desert. You
Like, you
could
can't even, yeah.
you
I,
could or you could make them, you know, each surface has a variety of
yeah.
different kind of biomes and stuff like that. It's, you know, like we're talking like just colossal scale here and having utter control over the environments and making them as awesome to live or as not awesome to live as you want, you know? Like if
Sure.
you listen to these Isaac Arthur videos,
I
he
will, I
talks
will.
about how you know, like he talks about a scenario where, you know, like some of the lower levels maybe, you know, inhabited by people who used to be humans and just aren't anymore because they've made, you know, like they've made a completely different environment down there. So you could have, I don't know, there's so many
Like its
cool
own
options for
evolution,
what they could
basically,
do with
right?
Synth World and terraforming it and stuff like that. And I think it would, I'm hoping, anyways, crossing my fingers and hoping
That sounds
that I
like
was
a
really wrong.
fucking. The problem with that is, like, from the development perspective, oh my god, dude. Like,
Yeah.
it would take more time than the whole fucking Stanton system to make one of these, right?
But they got
Probably.
time. It's not finished. So basically they can put it in the game and
Oh
have it
yeah, in 10 years or
as
what?
partially finished and then later on, you know, like a few years down the road do an expansion pack where you know, we finished Synth World or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that would be cool.
Which would be ridiculous and I would have to rant about because scientifically that wouldn't happen. You wouldn't be able to terraform each layer. That But whatever.
Oh, I
I'm
mean, in the
happy.
end, it's a game. Like, come on, you can't have
Yeah,
everything. All
I can't have everything.
right,
But yeah,
that was
okay.
very cool. That was very cool. I did not even
Uh
know like I did, like, from just reading the title of the, of your section.
yeah, I was
I did not think
deliberately
this will come out of it. So this is really, really amazing.
No, I was deliberately obscure on there because I was like, "Oh, Cheg's gonna get a kick out of this
Yep, yep,
when
yep.
I talk about
This
this
is really
one."
good. This is really good. I love it.
Especially when I talk about putting a black hole at the center of it for gravity and power generation.
Amazing. I love this. This was good.
Okay.
This might have been like the
Uh,
best absolute zero effort science section so far. Like, in terms
oh,
of
really?
how
Oh, I like the
connect.
pyro one the best, I
Sure, but
think.
like this is really, imagine in game. I don't know. it's very
Yeah.
bombastic, kind of. And you can
Yes. Oh, totally.
you
Yeah.
explain it in a way where me as a complete pleb and potato can like kind of imagine this in game, which is why I'm probably so slow while you were talking, because I was actually thinking about, like, you say like go to the next level. I was imagining like pipes where you can like maybe fly through,
Yeah.
and like it's just like super imaginative thing. If you don't know anything about it, it's interesting, very very much.
You might get a kick out of those videos too.
I
Like
will watch them. I will watch them for sure.
one of them is like really early, but the other one is a lot more polished and has some like cooler animations and stuff like that. And it can be difficult to follow because he doesn't slow down. He just like kind of
Ah,
like
okay.
rapid fire stuff out a bit. But it's worth giving it a shot anyways. And I don't know, man. I'm just a pleb and potato too. I'm just a
Not
nerd
as
about
much.
this kind of stuff. Okay. Stanton Gossip. I guess that's it for me.
Alrighty, so Stanton Gossip, for those who don't know, is, well, basically we say this every time, but we gotta explain it. So we watch a lot of content on YouTube throughout the week, and sometimes we stumble upon things that we want to share with you guys. So in case you did not watch it or you missed that week's, we can tell you that we liked it or didn't like it. And yeah, just share the links in the description, as you will be able to see on YouTube. And yeah, maybe you can comment if you agree or disagree with us. So this week,
Or if you
um
have other cool stuff for us to watch.
true. So always, if you have a really good video or something like that, you think we should mention in this section for next week, or just watch ourselves, throw it in the in the description. One, we are not making money of this or like anything. It's super happy to share like other content creators' work. Yeah, sharing is caring. It's all good. So feel free to do that. Okay, so from my perspective, this is something we missed last week, just barely. It came out while we were doing the podcast, and that is Star Citizen Ultimate Melee Championship.
That was yeah.
Which is recorded and edited by Law of the West. And basically it's a boxing arena where it's so good. It's narrated, well, kind of whatever. How do you call these guys who
Yeah.
are shouting for sports?
Like announce. It's kind of like
Announcer, yeah.
it's like it's called like an actual boxing match.
Yeah.
They have like the crowds in there, so
Yeah.
like you can, and the bells and stuff like that.
And the
like,
guys are boxing
okay,
like top naked, like
yeah,
half dressed. It's really good.
yeah. I'm a little bit resentful because I actually had this idea and I thought it would have been really fun to do, like when they first put it out. But I shelved the idea. Like I was gonna, my idea was to just like try to get a bunch of different content creators together and have like a fight night, with
Fight
like
face off, yeah.
ridiculous, with like ridiculous prizes for like who can dress the best and stuff like that. Kind of almost more of like a WWF
Yeah.
kind of a
You also
kind of a
said,
feel to it.
and this would be
But
cool, like you could have it in a
I didn't
caterpillar,
do it.
like in different,
Yeah.
right? You have like 4 or 5
So
rings. We
ultimately,
did
I'm just
this.
glad. I'm just glad that somebody did it. Right.
We did this before, but it was not as high effort. We were Orchid, so basically the Star Citizenship cast plus some of my own community in his. We wanted to make like a mission, or like a rescue mission near Edmund. So we would like go from Edmund to behind the mountain and then rescue a hostage from the Andromeda and run away, while defending team was like trying to defend it, right? And obviously because of desync and everything, it was shit. So then we hopped on Rev's Hammerhead, did a couple of missions, and then we organized a boxing like free for all in the in the Hammerhead's cargo hall.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun. And then we were like, we got to do this more often, and shelved
Yeah.
it just like you did. And then seeing this is amazing. It's like an hour long. It's longer than you would
And
expect.
let's be fair, it is a little derpy because it's Star Citizen.
Yeah. But just the
But
idea
it's still pretty cool.
and sounds and all that, it's definitely worth look see. And then Law of the West is a good content creator, so yeah, definitely throw a follow, check it out.
I would say if I had to offer, I will say I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched enough to think that it was awesome. I would say personally that one of the things they could have done to make it a little bit maybe less derpy would have been like a smaller arena. Like they were doing it on the floor of an 890 jump.
890, it's big. Yeah, you can
And
kind
I
of
think it
run
was,
around.
yeah, I feel like it was too big. I feel like if you like kept things in closer quarters, like in a Caterpillar Bay or something like that, it'd be more entertaining.
Back of
Um,
the Nomad.
but yeah, yeah, Jesus, it's
Okay.
just something because like just something to prevent them from like running around all crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It's a little
cool. It
bit
was
too
really cool. I'm
spacious.
really glad that somebody did it. It was a cool idea.
I'm gonna throw another one out there. This was shared by Revenati in my Discord, and it's well, I have to open it again just to see, but it's an Anvil Crucible material test. Whoops. And it was made by Star Jump. They did this before. They make these amazing videos. This one is like only 1 minute long. It's in the chat right now. And it's it's just amazing. It looks like something that is in works by CIG. So you can check their other videos. There's Kraken, for example, and yeah, something like Idris before he came into the game and whatnot. These look really cool, very short. They're just like flexing of, you know, I don't know, design, I guess, or whatever. They're really, really nice.
It's cool. I like it.
Um,
Plus, also, I just think that ship is cool.
yeah, yeah, we bought one Crucible, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, we don't really agree on many ships. Okay, so the next one, I'll give this one to you. It's Astro Pub, Captain Stable. I did not watch. Darionator and Buster Destroyer.
Yeah, it's fun. I like both of them. I like both of them a lot, and it's they have like really different opinions on stuff like that. I don't. There wasn't like I don't know. It's Captain Sable. Captain Sable's always entertaining. But one of the things that I thought was the funniest about it was was they went over. I guess Buster has done had done up like a bunch of Coramore themed pickup lines that she was using on random people in the verse when she was streaming, and some of them were fucking hilarious. So I would say watch it just for that because yeah.
Um,
How did the best one go? In my opinion, the best one was like, "Hey, baby, I got a couch back in my hab that we can both stand on."
She's crazy.
Yeah.
She's cool.
So yeah, it was good. I like both Darge and Buster, and Captain Stables always have some good discussions. So check that one out.
All right, the link is in the chat. Then we got an honorable mention, kind of yesterday's Captain's Table, which is out today on YouTube as well, where you were a guest. You wanna say a couple things about that while I dig the link and send it?
Yeah, it was me, HC Vertigo, and Paul. Captain Stable, like I said, always a good time, and we
It's been a
really
while since you were on one of these. You used to go more
yeah.
often.
Been a couple months actually since
But
I was
Paul
on
was doing
this one. But
some other stuff, like he was bringing new captains and all that, which was an interesting project for sure.
yeah, he was doing like new people through all December, I think. Yeah, just kind of like it was last minute, just kind of jumped on, and it was fun. And the discussion actually was pretty interesting because it came pretty close to a lot of the stuff that we've talked about recently with respect to the new player experience and landing zones, how to improve landing zones, and we really dove into. Well, that was kind of the theme of the initial discussion, was talking about just landing zones in general and kind of our thoughts on them. And that sounds really like lame and boring, but it isn't, because we started talking about just how the landing zones right now are spectacular pieces of art, but because the gameplay that we have right now with the game is kind of on the tedious side,
Almost
it kind of
useless.
like yeah, you just end up like sprinting through these beautiful kind of like landing zones because you're just trying to get from point A to point B, right? So
Such an annoyance because
yeah,
I mean, it's such a shame because it turns an artsy,
yeah,
amazing set of facets into a complete annoyance.
totally.
Yeah.
And we really kind of like dug into that on the captain's table yesterday, and definitely some good points kind of on all sides. So that's another one. We typically would be mentioning this next week in
Yeah, yeah.
Stanton Gossip, but
You were
because
there,
it
so why
because
not?
I was there, I guess,
And
you know.
again, Paul was kind enough to throw a couple of words about
Oh yeah, yeah,
our show, which is amazing because Paul already a big creator, one of the staples of Star Citizen content creators, especially on YouTube. So yeah, and send people over here, which is huge for our small channel. So big thanks to Paul Shelley. Um,
yeah.
yeah, if
And
you
I'm actually
guys,
just scrolling through things, and I'm like, oh my god, there's like a bunch of people who followed me on Twitch and stuff
eh,
yesterday. So
amazing.
if you guys are here right now, hey, thanks for the follows.
Yeah,
I appreciate that a ton, and definitely thank you for to Paul for letting us kind of plug our show
yeah,
because we went up like a bunch of subscribers,
yeah.
like a bunch,
Certainly
and
like 20% on YouTube. For us,
yeah,
big number, especially the challenge is growing up. So yeah, thank you so much, much appreciated, and a good show as well. We both watch Captain's Table, so yeah. Um, then the last thing that we're gonna mention is just there's not going to be a link. This is something that a lot of content creators talked about with the fair. I don't know how to explain. It's like credit where credit's due, and this would be quite the opposite. I don't know. Like pre-flight happened, and within the patch that is called Assault on Stanton, and almost kind of deceived a lot of people into thinking that with the free flight they will be able to experience Xenotrat, which is not the case. And
yeah,
I don't know how to feel about this. I mean I've read their explanation, like CAG, saying that, well, this is just the name of the patch, it is what it is, but it is a little bit cheeky. I don't know.
yeah, yeah. Feels a little dodgy.
Yeah.
I'm not. I guess I'm not one to kind of get my pitchforks and torches up about stuff like
No,
this,
but
but
it could have been executed better, I
it
guess.
could have been executed better. Yeah, yeah.
And then
And as for
this,
like the ending
mm,
too quickly, like what do you think is up with that? Like I've heard a lot of people saying like they theorized that it was just something that was happening too quickly, so they decided to pull it
it
early.
was, especially because
Or
so phase one was only a couple of
yeah,
days of
yeah,
Xenotred saying things on the screens around Stanton, which
yeah, it wasn't
that's
really a
fine.
phase.
Yeah. And then phase two was the best thing that ever happened since I play,
Yep,
at least,
yep,
where you had like
I'd agree.
choice of, do you want to fight, you want to do um cargo hauling, what cargo hauling, you want to protect cargo haulers, you want to fight the Idris, like it was really
Yeah,
good. And
did a lot of
phase
things right.
three was super epic to me at the beginning. I know why they pulled it though. Phase three was not as repetitive and rewarding as phase two.
Hmm.
Um, I did it 2 times, once on each of my accounts. They won, and I was amazed by like 30 plus people around these three Idrises and Hammerheads. We talked about this in the last show.
Yeah,
And Javelin, like you can fly around Javelin that is helping you, and being extra careful because you don't want to hit friendly targets or get hit by friendly fire, which could be better, but it brought more of a gameplay for me.
yeah,
However, day three, I couldn't find the group anymore. Like people were just not doing it anymore. So I don't know. It was not as lucrative. Technically, you could score the last hit and get 400,000, but the chance of you hitting the last hit. Also, there were groups that failed already. So if there's like 15 people, it's not enough to kill it. And I think that's the reason why they called it shorter, because they realized
mm,
that it's not really happening anymore. And it's kind of an inconvenience because if you're just playing a game and you don't want to go there, then all these messages that you keep getting about the content are kind of annoying.
yeah,
So I see why they pulled it, but there is a point of, I don't like this being one-time event. For me, it's okay because I can play the game every day because I stream for a living. But some people can only play on weekends, and a lot of these people who are working are backing this project with a lot of money, and they might not get the chance to do it, which is kind of a bummer. Not to mention that there was a reward, no matter how shitty it was, and CRG, that's not a reward system that we're looking for. You get the badge on a on forum or whatever, like something. That,
You know what it should have been? I think I said this yesterday. It should have been a badge that you could put on your ship at some point.
Sure, or a trophy in the hangar, or a badge, or whatever physical item in the game, right? Like,
yeah, not
it can be tiny. It can be tiny. Like, I don't care, but something that, yeah. However, part of me is happy that it's so shitty of a reward because of these people who maybe couldn't make it for the phase 3. And it was kind of deceiving as well, because if phase 2 was like almost 2 weeks, who would expect phase 3 to be like a couple of days, right? So
yeah,
more information, more transparency next time.
This may be putting my white knight hat on here or whatever, suiting up in my white suit of armor, but I think it's fine in this case. Like, this is the first time they've done this. They've said, Tony Z has said right off the bat that, like, they're, the idea is to do this, learn about it, and then make the next one better, and then do the same thing over and over and over again.
Sure.
To make these better. So, like, I'm not too broken up about any of this personally.
I loved it. It was a great event,
etc. Yeah, it was cool that they attempted it. I was really skeptical about whether or not this was even a good idea.
Funny how much better performance was while it was on than after it.
Like, I was skeptical about this from the start. I thought, like, it was stupid of them to publicize what they were, like, throw this out there like it was a big thing coming. But
I say it was a success.
It ended up being pretty cool, and if they learn and they're able to make the next event even better, cool. I would call this a success, even with the kind of, like,
I think it's a mistake at the same time, like a big boo-boo mistake, because the next one they're doing is what's the name? Tails.
Nine Tails.
And that one, they can be done at any given time, multiple amounts of time, and that's cool. They should have started with something like that they can repeat on monthly basis. That's cool. But starting with Xenotrat attacking Stanton, that is a one-time in history event for a test one that you don't want to repeat. Well, I don't know about that idea.
Fine. You know what they'll do? The next missions that involve Xenothreat will be us going through Pyro to actually
people who
assault
are not
them on their
testing
home
the
turf.
game. We are in alpha, dude. Like, people who are not testing the game, or they will never be able to do the Jericho Station thing again. I think they should bring it back. That's all I think.
I think they'll basically, like, okay, we may not have the Xenothreat thing again, but they're absolutely going to be able to reuse this sort of like an event and do something similar to it. You know what I mean? Like, phase 2 is successful.
Alpha should never have once in a time historical event. It's not fair. It's just not the way to go.
I won't fight you on that one. That's fair. Like, if that sort of thing matters to you, you don't have the opportunity to do it again.
You can't go back.
To me, the way I look at it is like I said. I mean, like, there'll be similar events. It may just not be exactly Xenothreat. Doesn't bother me that much.
Don't add any rewards or anything. Just make it a test bed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Sure. All in all, success. I loved it. Thank you, CRG, for doing it, and thank you for making more of it. Can't wait. We have questions.
We have 2 questions.
Okay.
One of them is a very important question from Quicksilver. What do you think of Drake?
Drake is shit. Next question.
Okay. Next question is from Gorham, the Gorham. Hi, Gorham. Thanks for hanging out today. He asks, would it be safe to say how Star Citizen feels is a good indicator on Squadron release? Personally, everything in Star Citizen doesn't feel good at the moment. Nothing feels near gold standard. So since Squadron and Star Citizen are the same, once Squadron is relatively close to Star Citizen, once Squadron is relatively close, Star Citizen should feel a lot better and more polished, right?
Yes and no. In my opinion, there. So is that the end of the question? Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
So in my opinion, uh, you have to understand the difference between an MMO world and a single player game in its closed environment is massive. And I'll give you one example. Even within the MMO world, so World of Warcraft had only ground mounts for a whole first expansion. And then they explained how difficult it was for them to. They had like flying mounts that are guided by the game itself as a taxi. So you would only see things that they want you to see. The
Yeah.
moment they introduced flying mount idea, that it was rough because now you have freedom to see the whole world. And they had to reshade, remake so much of Azeroth at that time. And so same goes for this. Like if it's on the rails, even if it's like open world type of a game, which I hope it will be. We don't know that much about Squadron. The difference between that and Star Citizen, like eventually, sure. But I don't think that Star Citizen will be released anywhere near the release date of Squadron. That makes sense. What's your take?
I disagree with you a little bit. I do think that overall it is safe to say that the way Star Citizen feels right now is the way Squadron would feel right now with respect to combat and any of the major kind of like things about um how
Like
do I
from the
describe it?
technical standpoint, it should be so much smoother. Though.
Obviously performance is gonna feel different because you'd be a local server, so like everything is gonna feel more responsive. But I don't know, I think Gorham has a point in saying that if the flight model doesn't feel good in the PU, it's not going to feel good in Squadron 42.
Sure.
um and
Yeah,
if
I agree with that.
FPS combat doesn't feel good in in
But it
it,
does.
Star
FPS
Citizen.
combat is okay. It's just the server tick is screwing it. I mean, what's wrong with
Yeah,
it?
yeah, there's a it's clunky sometimes.
But
like
why?
like for example, because the animations are messy, the animations are bugged in a lot of cases. The things like device usage, so like Oxy Medipen, stuff like that, feels weird and clunky. The inventory system and like managing like your loadout and stuff like that is fucking awful.
Sure.
Like that's what I mean. And you're right in that, like, if you're running it on a local server, okay, sure, fair enough, it'll be
Yeah.
better. But we even saw with AI, like right now, if you make a noise, all the AI from
Oh
no
no,
matter
that
where they
changed.
are in that base
Well, they
come
changed
running
it. They changed
towards
it.
you,
They
right?
changed it. They changed it.
Like,
It's not like that
like,
anymore.
yeah, they're changing it,
No, it's
but
changed now in game.
so sound transfer is
Yeah.
different now.
Yeah. Yeah. I was doing the Starfare. I told you the mission, and I killed one guy. The other guys did not just towards me. They were
Yeah,
standing their position, and
were they
it was
actually
scary.
responding
Oh yeah,
though?
yeah, yeah. They were. Yeah.
Huh.
And you could
Okay.
hear them
Well,
talk and whatnot. Hear them, like you hear something and stuff like that. And yeah,
okay, I
it was
didn't think
already
they'd put
better.
that in yet because they were just demoing it in ISC like
It
a
was
few
it was
weeks
better.
ago.
I hate
Okay,
FPS right now, but that was much better experience.
yeah, but the point stands, right? Like if this is what we're seeing, this is to an extent what it's going to feel like in Squadron. And you're right. I agree with you though how you're saying like it is more of a guided experience, so they can fudge things a little bit more. And I think that obviously is going to be the case when you're going to Squadron. But like the core things about flying and fighting, you know, if they don't feel good now, they definitely aren't going to feel better in Squadron because it's the same
Yeah, I
system.
guess the final iteration of Squadron, like of flight system, has to be there when Squadron launches. But then again, we don't know when Squadron will get out. Like
Mhm.
we can assume that maybe end of this year, but I don't think that's happening, man. Like I
Mm-mm.
don't think that's happening.
No, next year, I'd say. I would
Maybe
be
next year, but
utterly
last year was
shocked.
next year. Last year was last year, and then it
I
was
know.
next year. So
Yep. That's
we
that's
don't know
that's
then.
Star
Yeah,
Citizen for you.
yeah. I don't think it's anywhere near being finished. So
Yeah.
yeah, they will definitely
Um,
make like Squadron should make Star Citizen better. But will it, and how long will it take for that to happen? And do all the things that, like, I'm just saying, like, perform, like, you might have a really good game in Squadron 42 while the current version of Alpha at the time when Squadron gets out of Star Citizen could be a complete and utter shit show. That's just what I think.
yep.
All right.
Well,
Are we wrapping it or you have
that's
more questions?
that's it for questions.
All right,
Um,
let's wrap it and then we can we can chill with those folks in the chat a little bit.
yeah.
All right, so that would be it for episode 8 of Straight Outta Stanton. Thank you so much for listening if you made it this far. I'm gonna let Maso do his thing at the end of the show that I just can't.
If you guys like long form rambly podcasts like this, we would absolutely appreciate it if you would give us a like and a subscribe on YouTube. That's Straight Outta Stanton on YouTube if you're watching here live on Twitch. We're actually getting close to the amount of subscribers that we need to be able to do a like our have actually straight youtube.com/straight outta Stanton. So if you can help us get to that 100 subscriber mark, we would absolutely appreciate it. And if you're watching this on YouTube, we stream this live on Sundays, starting at 11 a.m. PST. We're going to change things up a little bit.
We're gonna have like
This
a pre-show where we can talk to folks, right?
so because like we don't really we kind of don't we don't like to interact with chat when we're recording just because we like to be not distracted and like focused on the discussions that we're having. But we're going to start a stream up at 10 a.m. PST and just kind of like hang out, just talk about shit and whatever. So if you want to kind of show up and hang out beforehand, that's our plan for next week.
Which is
And
7 p.m. CET, Central European Time.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for hanging out, guys. And Chegg, wrap us.
Thank you. Bye bye. Have a great one.